Science industries. We will begin with the name of our lesson. Action. I will just ask for questions.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربكم الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام واستوى على العرش ليلا النهار يطلب حثيثا والشمس والقمر فلا الخلق والأمر تبارك الله رب العالمين ربكم تضرعوا لا يحب المعتدين ولا يفسدوا في الأرض بعد إصلاحها ورحمة الله قريب الذي يرسل الرياح بشرا بين يدي رحمته حتى إذا أخذنا السحاب ثقالا ببلد ميت فأنزل فأخرجنا به كذلك يخرج الذي فلا يخرج كذلك نصرف الآيات لقوم يشكرون I see that Allah first said that the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Indeed, the Lord is Allah, who created the heavens and earth in 6 days, and then established himself above the earth. He covers the night in the day and the night changing it rapidly. And he created the sun, the moon, and the stars, subjected by his mind. Unquestionably, this is the creation and the command. Rest is Allah, Lord of the world. Call upon your Lord, spirit and triumphantly. Indeed, it does not like transgression, and cause not corruption upon the earth after its revelation, and invoke with fear and aspiration. Indeed, the mercy of Allah is near to the knowledge of good. And it is He who sends the winds as good tidings for His mercy until when they have carried heavy rain clouds, we drive them the dead land. We send down rain therein and bring forth thereby some of all the fruits. Thus we will bring forth the dead, perhaps you may be reminded, and the good land, its vegetation, emerged by permission of its Lord. But bad, which is bad, nothing emerged except sparsely between them. Thus we diversify the science for our people who are dead. मशहद नहीं तुम्हारा परवरदिगार खुदा ही है जिसने आसमानों और जमीन को 6 दिन में पैदा किया और फिर अर्श पर जा ठहरा। वही रात को दिन का लिबास पहनाता है, एक उसके पीछे धूपता चला आता है, और उसने सूरज और चांद सितारों को पैदा किया। सब उसके हुक्म के मुताबिक काम में लगे हुए हैं। देखो सब मखलूक भी उसी की है और हुक्म भी उसी का है। ये खुदा रब्बुल आलमीन बड़ी बरकत वाला है, वो अपने परवरदिगार से आजिज़ी और झुके झुके दुआएं मांगा, हद से बढ़ने वालों को कुछ नहीं करता, और जमीन में इस्लाह के बाद खराबी ना करता, और खुदा से खौफ रखते हुए वो अपनी तरफ दुआएं मांगते रहता। कुछ शक नहीं कि खुदा की रहमत करने वालों से बड़ी, और वही तो है जो अपनी रहमत से बारिश से पहले हवाओं को खुशखबरी बनाकर भेजता है। यहाँ तक जब वो भारी भारी बादलों को उठा लाती है तो हम उसको मरी हुई जमीन की तरफ आंक देते हैं, फिर बादल से मींह बरसाते हैं, मींह से हर तरह के फल पैदा करते हैं। इसी तरह हम उनको जमीन से जिंदा करके बाहर निकालेंगे। ये आयात इसलिए बयान की जाती है ताकि तुम समझो। जो जमीन पाकिज़ा है इसमें से सब्जा भी परवरदिगार की तरफ से अजीज में निकलता है, और जो खराब है इसमें जो कुछ है नाफिज होने की वजह से होता है। इसी तरह हम आयत के लिए कर बयान करेंगे।
Are visible areas and distributing and could see plastic not only the life but also the environment. It is undoubtedly a real challenge to tackle today. This eventually to plastics and the solution to the non-pollution is banned by that is hashtag plastic pollution. So this is like that is designed to develop some policy reforms, develop a way forward that can help us tackle the plastic pollution. Our forward by setting to all and all these Pakistan. I would request Professor Dr. Nasir, Vice Chancellor of the welcome remarks. For the brief, I would like to introduce him also in the direction that Mr. has 25 years of experience research and application. He has conducted more than 60 projects at AI and co-AI school and published more than 50 articles. So he is a true essential for the education and leadership have made this be possible. So I request you to
what it is. So, we are more happy to have this event here, revolution from conference. I want to celebrate, but to have an event in which we can make our people aware of the current challenges on educational office environment. I welcome our guests from listening, actually, Ambassador and that's and we have section item, so thank you very much for taking out time and coming on this. I'm sure that many learned people are here from some sessions and I want to use my something very started in 1970 and we are all last and instead of getting the things used to time every year we are discussing challenges although Pakistan is not one of the main contributors in this environment, but for sure, one of those consequences and witnessed the worst other disasters. And we expect that every coming year will give us challenges. So I won't say this is the right time with that. We have already have lost a lot of time. Now we don't have any movement. As we all heard that this is deep plastic pollution this time. And I was just reading somewhere in Pakistan, the per capita we produce 200 grams of plastic every day. It's a huge amount of plastic. I understand that governments needs to take up these issues, but it's not the government's responsibility. It's very small areas that are individual level. And I always feel that they are actually the opposite. So anything which is coming as a regular or people does not comply to all of the countries like our It's only we can move from our inside. We decide. So at least I should on behalf of I want to ensure this and the company not plastic usage. I feel that it's imperative to not get rid of it. But we try to minimize. We try to minimize it. Or we've taken certain measures. For example, we send the biggest news we have is sending our books to about 600,000 students every semester. And we use the and more plans by sending them instead of the parents. So we have similarly, in this campus, we have already taken up some measures which I would like to share. We have electric vehicles here, people inside campus. And next, we're trying to get some electric buses for staff and we are moving towards solarization of our all 54 campuses alongside this main campus of Pakistan. We started with the next year of solar. We have moved towards these solutions of the templates. For example, our human and academic cycles and which reduces we are planning to have develop some water ponds within campus. And similarly, some other ways. And a recognition of all those efforts makes me happy to share this year's times tuition banking. We are at number 1 in 1,397 universities which applied SDG4 on delivery of quality education. And similarly, in SDG 8, which is about decent work, we are at number 2. And then at number 3 in group of SDG 1, university studies. So that's good. And in SDG 17, we are about 400 to 600. This was a data which we provided to the Times magazine. On all universities are invited to give their data on at least three SDG goals of their choice from the first 16 goals, and goal 17 is imperative must for all universities to provide information. So we chose to provide data about the initiatives we have taken in university SDG 4, 8, and 1. And on SDG 17, we are on 400 from first 400 to 600 universities. So this, I feel, is an indication of our willingness to contribute towards sustainable development. And we are looking forward to improve it by every year. We are taking initiatives and support of December contribution and awareness as we have. I would like to close my comments by thanking our partners. This is, as usual, we have a long-standing partnership with SPPI. I'm very thankful to them for always being with us and collaborating with different initiatives. There is policy dialogue, or some other academic and thank you. It's very strong. Alongside that, we have a number of collaborative and action for climate change is another issue. And as well, thankful to always from Nestle today is representing over here. So as another part very that effective issues and right. So I'd like to thank all of you once. Thank you for my team here. For thank you so much.
Are honored to have a visitation from this as a member of SMPI's Youth Awareness since 2009. He has also worked as with the executive director of Reimagining program and as assistant secretary. In May 1995, he was elected as Nations Environment Programs Governing Council and was also chief negotiator of G77 countries in preparatory meeting of Second World Summit on Human Settlements. He has also served as Deputy High Commissioner and High Commissioner in New Delhi and Nairobi, respectively. Represented Pakistan as a permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program and United Nations Center for Human Settlements Habitat. So we are very honored that you have come here, sir, and have joined us. I would request you to produce some introductory remarks for our participants. So please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Janab Dr. Nasser Mahmood Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Ahmedabad University. Sheikh Latar Ahmed, CEO, Core Alliance, or Janab Fardana Shah Sahiba, or Awati Hazrat. I'd like to start by congratulating Sustainable Development Policy Ministry for organizing this meeting. It's really a critical look question to the problem of plastics, which have become such an important, indispensable part of life, yet poses grave risks. I'd like to also thank Vice Chancellor Sir for allowing us to use the beautiful premises of this distinguished seat of learning, and for welcoming all of us. Because he hits the lines of more than 2 dozen organizations that are trying to promote addressing the problems of plastics. Success and for telling us what he at the university and the connection with nature-based solutions to our problems and competitive medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for this meeting, which is a part of a global campaign that was launched by the United Nations Environment Program. That's the organization I have the pleasure of working for almost a decade. The campaign launched by the UN Environment Program and joined wholeheartedly by the entire UN system as well as hundreds of organizations, private sector, the world over. This campaign hasn't come one day to burn, one moment to burn, because it has been some time that the tremendous problems posed by the proliferation, the phenomenon, unprecedented manufacture, trading and use of plastics, the problems that these very useful things are with scenario in his article yesterday. That the fact that plastics are very useful makes it so difficult to get rid of. So I'm glad that my organization, the organization I am serving as state and believe that they have always done. So for last 50 years, the United Nations Environment Program has spearheaded efforts for protection of the environment and the resolution of the environmental challenge through, among other efforts, the negotiation of agreements. The only agreement that did not negotiate was about the CITES, the agreement of regulating international trade of species, endangered species. All the others have the footprint of the scientists that they summoned to study various problems and come up with solutions. In this particular case, it was in 2001, in 2021, UNEP came up with a report called Plastics from Pollution to Solution. And they followed up by another report in 2002, and that it was to getting rid of this menace of plastic pollution. And these two reports, as usual, galvanized the international community on behalf of efforts, make serious efforts to deal with the problem of plastic pollution. The most important step that was taken was in March last year, March 2022. And that is when the United Nations Environment Assembly, that is the most legitimate, the most, the biggest assembly of the representatives of governments and non-governmental organizations, which meets every second year in Nairobi, where the UNEP headquarters is located. And the fifth assembly was held in March last year, and they, after considerable discussion and consideration, adopted a resolution calling for the negotiation of a legally binding international agreement on addressing the challenge of pollution. And the speakers who spoke on that occasion, governments, non-government organizations, they emphasized the urgency of action. And the people were moved so much that in April, already the first meeting of the Intergovernment Negotiation Committee was held at Dhaka, in which the basic rules, regulations, procedures for the intergovernmental process were agreed upon. And it was agreed that, as usual, there will be 4 sessions of the Intergovernmental Committee for the negotiation of a legally binding agreement. And 2 meetings were held in December last year in South America, and in just a few days ago, in fact, from the 29th of May to the 2nd of June in Paris, in UNESCO, was the second meeting, and the third meeting is going to have an advanced text of current international. So things are moving very, very fast. And without waiting for this process, all the United Nations agencies and all the reputed and respected alliances of business, such as the one that Pakistan is having in Pakistan, they all have joined in a frenzied but purposeful manner, try and work out practical efforts. It's very easy to say abolish plastics, but the Pakistan will tell you that it's not as easy as that. It's not as simple as that. And since this particular problem or phenomenon was invented, this was again one of the many benefits, one of the many products of the Industrial Revolution. In fact, the first plastic was exhibited in the Industrial Exhibition in 1848. But those plastics were made of organic biomaterial, so they were not dangerous. Of course, later on, the momentum picked up, and the most versatile mother of all products, the oil came. Then you saw this most unprecedented proliferation of plastics, and with a lot of benefits, I must say, but with many more problems. The fact that most of the plastics that we use are not biodegradable, they tend to flood water systems. The oceans are full, and the fears are expressed that the time might come when, because of the plastics, there will be more plastics than aquatic life species. So, as far as Pakistan is concerned, we are a part of the international community in terms of the existence of this challenge, I would say, and efforts. Some baby steps were taken, including in this capital. The shopping bags, single-use plastics were banned, and we were doing extremely well. For a while, I saw the enthusiasm with which people bought or carried cotton bags. They looked beautiful, they were beautiful. The shopkeepers were extremely committed, but as usual, we didn't our enthusiasm is rather, in most cases, short-lived, and we have gone back to the bad old practice of this plastic. Most of the problems of air pollution as such in Pakistan are largely owed to the problem. The other day, there was a report that four Pakistani, Lahore is the dirtiest city in the world. Peshawar is the seventh level. Lahore and Islamabad are also the top rate. And plastics play an important role in creating and exacerbating the problem of pollution. So I hope that this meeting, the meetings that were held yesterday, I was reading the morning newspapers that there were a number of meetings, and all the newspapers were full of articles. And I hope that the new press, which is the press that we read, will also demonstrate a similar activity. And I hope today's amazing article yesterday. And I hope that this year's Environment Day and the meetings in connection with pollution will become a regular trend in our national life, that we will not wait for June 5th to talk about environmental issues and the problem of pollution, that we will in our lives take steps and educational institutions, particularly right from the primary level to the university level, have an indispensable role in this regard. So I wish all of us success in genuinely serious and consistent and persistent endeavor to deal with this one of the most deadly challenges facing humankind as humanity. Thank you.
So much, Mr. Chakravarti. Good morning, everyone. This is Zainab Naeem from STPI. And once again, I welcome all of you for joining us today. Shafqat Kakakir Saab has mentioned some very important points and an insightful speech on the entire process by the United Nations Environment Programme. And again, he is right that the Environment Day must not be celebrated on 5th June only. It has to become part of our daily routine, a process that we follow every day. We have been blessed by some beautiful ecosystems. We have biosphere, cryosphere, hydrosphere that supports life on Earth. But now humans have created a new kind of system, that is the plastisphere, that does not support any kind of life on Earth. Instead of becoming part of the solution, it has become part of the problem, and humans have contributed to it. From the World Environment's 2018 theme to beat plastic pollution, and now to the theme of solutions to plastic, we have realized that beating plastic pollution is no more possible. Why? Because plastics are here to stay with us. So we need to come together, collaborate to work on solutions to make plastics a part of the solution and to close the loop. So that is why we are here to discuss this very important topic. But also at STPI, since we are an accredited organization with United Nations Environment Programme, earlier this year we had the opportunity of hosting the Executive Director of United Nations Environment Programme at STPI. And today we are again delighted to have her video message that she has shared for this special occasion. I would request my team to please play her video message. Thank you. Sorry.
On this World Environment Day, we are calling on everyone to help beat plastic pollution. Why, you might ask? Well, because plastic pollution is choking our ecosystems, warming our climate, and very likely damaging our health. Recycling is not the sole solution, nor the magic bullet. Our system simply can't cope. Change has to happen across the whole life cycle of plastics. We must refuse unnecessary single-use items. We must redesign products and packaging to use less plastic. We must reuse, recycle, and reorient and diversify our systems. This is how we keep plastic out of the ecosystems and in the economy. Everyone must play their part. Governments can deliver a strong outcome on the deal to end plastic pollution, which is currently under negotiation. And businesses can adopt a life cycle approach. And the financial sector can put its capital right behind this very transformation that we need to see. And we, citizens, we can use our voices, our votes, and our wallets to drive change. My thanks to Côte d'Ivoire for showing their commitment to beating plastic pollution by hosting this, the 2023 World Environment Day. Now I ask that you join this global movement and help us beat plastic pollution once and for all.
United Nations Environment Programme for sharing this key message on this very important day. At STPI, we have also taken some initiatives to reduce plastic pollution. And for that, I would now like to request Dr. Arun Suleri, Executive Director, STPI, to shed some light on those initiatives that we are taking at STPI to reduce plastic pollution. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Zanib. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies on the table, dear students, member, and friends from media. It's indeed a great pleasure to join hands with the Raman part of the university and all the like-minded organizations who are mentioned on this banner to mark and celebrate World Environment Day in Pakistan. Let me welcome Ms. Rumina Bashir, Special Assistant to Prime Minister and Head of SDG Task Force in the Parliament for joining us here. And as you can see, the logo of the 17 SDG goals, this is the logo of Parliamentary Task Force on SDG, which is one of the partners for today's event. So, as I was saying that World Environment Day, beating the plastic pollution, that has gained importance not only because we are battling with many other climate change events, but also because we realized that plastic is yet another driver to aggravate the problems of climate change. The multidimensionality of climate change, it compels us to join our heads and hearts and work together. And that is precisely the spirit behind organizing this event in collaboration and coordination, where we have Parliament, we have academia, we have disaster risk management fund, we have corporate sector, we have think tanks, we have government as presented from the Ministry of Climate Change and the other. So all of us, we have to work together. STPI is trying to promote this reduce, reuse, and reorient approach, but we realize some of the difficulties that one is facing. For example, in order to get these cloth banners, the backdrops, instead of these plastic backdrops, we had to really put effort. So you realize that now those who were preparing these handmade banners, they are simply they're not available. So these banners, they are more more than double the cost of the traditional banners that you use. Similarly, in order to get hold of these glass bottles instead of these plastic bottles, they are more than double than what Nestle is producing. So, of course, this transition that is required, this transition is expensive, but we know it is a must because we also know that plastic doesn't get degenerated, it doesn't get decomposed, and it simply gets converted into micro and nanoplastic. And with these micro and nanoplastic elements, they are around us. We are breathing them, we are inhaling them. They are in our food, they are in our water, they are around us. And I think that is one of the major problems that we need to face while we're talking of climate change. There's some of the chemicals present in plastic. They are also aggravating global warming, and we need to think through this. I'll just conclude with some of the things that STPI is doing. At STPI, we have stopped using plastic bottles. So we are trying to take these baby steps. And I think if we expect from the government, if we expect from the big businesses that overnight plastic would phase out, we will have to start it from ourselves. So at STPI, we are trying to phase out the use of single-use plastic at least. We cannot perhaps think of getting rid of all plastic, as Vakar was rightly mentioning. Even the clothes that we are wearing, they have plastic in it, viscose and polyester and all other type of chemicals, the tie, the shirt, the shoes, the phone, everything around us is plastic, but we need to start from our personal lives, our homes, our organization, discouraging the use of single-use plastic, and then, of course, gradually we can make this society plastic-free society. So, thank you very much, all the collaborators and Ma'am Rumina for joining us in today's endeavor, and we are sure that it would not be just a single day's partnership. We'll keep on working in collaboration with all of you to ease the transition to plastic free. Thank you very much.
Madam Rumina, I would request if you can please join us on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Suleri, for highlighting some of the steps that we are taking at STPI. For beating plastic pollution, or in other words, for providing solutions to plastics, we need to work on leaving no one behind agenda. That is the Agenda 2030, that is the SDGs. And the SDG Secretariat, Ma'am Rumina will be highlighting some of the steps that the government is taking. And they're working on the SDGs and also on this agenda to reduce the plastic waste in Pakistan. The SDG that is very much related to this particular plastic problem is the SDG 12. And when we try to manage SDG 12, that is the sustainable consumption and production, we eventually end up to support the other SDGs as well, whether it is the life on land, whether it is the life underwater, or whether it is the climate action. So without further ado, I would like to request Ma'am Rumina Bashir, Special Assistant to Prime Minister and the convener SDGs Task Force, to please join us and share your special remarks on this occasion. Thank you. Yes, please.
Reimagining. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, especially my regards to Mr. Professor Nasir Mahmood, Vice Chancellor of the Allama Iqbal Open University, Honorable Ambassador Shabkat Kaka Khalil Sahab, from the Board of Governors of SDPI, Mr. Arvind Sinari, Mr. Executive Director of SDPI, Sheikh Fakar Ahmed Saab, is also joining us, and of course, a very respectful and great lady, the Bang lady, Madam Farzana Shah Sahiba, from EP, Mr. Charles and Mr. Bilal Ahmed, and all the world sitting here, students and media people. Assalamu alaikum. For me, it's as we all know, that yesterday is also we all, usually we are saying that we are celebrating the World Environment Day. Yesterday as well, I was in few events and in some programs. So I just, of course, the lady who said that I have to share some views, but I think it's more important to talk when you came to, for me, first of all, the great honor is to be in the Allama Iqbal Open University, because this is my first ever time I visited. Although in the last time I was being a part of the Prime Minister Youth Program, where we had this, laptop schemes and other youth programs, but I never got a chance. For me, it's a great honor to come into that university, which is called Iqbal's University. So I think you people are great who have been a part of this university. May Allah bless you. Getting back to the, thank you. So getting back to the subject, if we talk to the World Environment Day, I think standing in this university, talking about environment and talking about the climate is very tough. Why? Because Iqbal, I will try to go bilingual. I hope most of the people who are sitting here are from Pakistan, and my humble excuse from the person who was like they do understand English, so I'll try to go with the bilingual, because I think it's better to talk more little hard and harder. In the beginning, I spoke little in English, so cross impression that I know little English. But I just wanted to say, when we talk, Iqbal ने जो ख्वाब देखा और जिस मुल्क को बनाया वो काफी खूबसूरत था और है भी. No doubt in the world मैप के ऊपर अगर पाकिस्तान को देखा जाए तो वो ज्योग्राफी एतबार से दरमियान में आता है, और दरमियान में तो दिल होता है, और दिल बड़ा खास होता है, और दिल खूबसूरत भी लगता है, और उससे बहुत सारी चीजें, यादें हो, मोहब्बत हो, वाबस्ता होती है. So although I love poetry, but of course I will not take the जुर्रत के यहाँ इतने सारे उस्ताद और लोग हैं उनके सामने भी शेयर कर सकें. लेकिन I just wanted to say, when we talk about the plastic and we are talking about the World Environment Day, we are talking about the climate change. I think this is nothing to celebrate, honestly. This is something we have to think on the emergency basis. There we have to think about ourselves. Now I think this is more of an emergency situation that we all need to sit and think, because yes, of course, as a Pakistani, we think a lot that, we are somewhere, we are sure in the climate change is just 0 point something. कि हम इतना pollute करते हैं, हम तो बहुत सारे मुल्कों की वजह से affected हैं. Those are the developed countries. But still, what we are doing to our own country, हम अपने घरों को तो साफ कर देते हैं, लेकिन जिस घर पे हमारा घर है, जिस जमीन पे हमारा घर है, उसकी जड़ों को हम दिन ब दिन कमजोर करते जा रहे हैं. और वो फिर जितना मर्जी, आई थिंक जितना मर्जी हम अपना घर साफ कर लें, लेकिन अगर हमारा, आई थिंक आपकी सफाई का अंदाजा है, जिस प्लास्टिक और जिन चीजों की बात हम कर रहे हैं, वो आप अपने डेली के गार्बेज से लगा सकते हैं. I think anybody who want to assess their home, that what's going on, how much expenditure, how much the things they are doing, they can take a minute. I've started doing that from so long, and I realized that how much plastic I'm producing in the society. So thanks God, like I don't say that my share is much bigger, but somehow I try to control, like in our office SDGs, we try to avoid the plastic bottles. And I really want to appreciate, and I think Madam Farzana need a huge round of applause, that when in the few times, like very, very strictly, she tried her level best to ban the plastic bags. So I think you need a great, that was a great effort, because when I still remember in the last term as well, when I was in the climate change committee, and she told us that you can go anywhere and check, and then we went to some malls, and over there we asked them that give us the plastic bag, we don't have a bag. They said, no, we can't give you. मैंने कहा चलो थोड़े से पैसे ज्यादा ले लो भाई, नीचे ऊपर नीचे से कहीं से तो लिफाफा निकाल दो, ये तो बाजी काट से दागा पर जुर्माना बैठ जाएगा. So this is something people have, that's like fear, and I believe that this is moreover when we talk about the actions, when we talk about the legislations. Very proudly, I can say that we do have a lot of legislation. The post Ministry of Climate Change is here, Madam DGEPA is here, you and I all are here. We need to focus on the implementation. And that, to be very honest, that only government, because I'm right now not talking on behalf of the government. Yes, I am special assistant to the Prime Minister, but I came over here as the convener of the SDGs and from the Parliament Task Force side. And other than that, I don't say that I'm a very someone climate change activist, but I work in my very little capacity and I try to do whatever I can do. But the most important thing is self, responsibility. How we can do those things, because the laws are there, everything is there. जब हम motorway पे चढ़ते हैं तो हमें पता है कि ओवर स्पीड करेंगे तो हमें चलान पे चलान पड़ेगा. हमें पता है कि इस्लाम बाग में अगर अपनी बेल्ट ना पहनी तो हमें कोई भी सार्जेंट है, वजीर हो, मुशीर हो, कुछ भी हो, they're gonna stop you and they're gonna charge. लेकिन चूंकि हमें पता है कि हम कचरा जहाँ मर्जी बैग को साफ करके बाहर फेंकते हैं, so it doesn't matter. Who cares? So same goes for on our sides of northern areas, so I think that is more over to us, that how we feel the responsibility. So for that matter of fact, we are trying our level best. I'm not going to talk if all kitna kachra produce kar rahe hain, kahan pe kya ho raha hai, but just to make it little precise and short, I just wanted to tell you hum log koshish kar rahe hain SDGs ke forum se. Last June, 2nd June, I've taken the charge of SDGs task force, and now it's been one complete year in a few days over. So uske andar hum logon ne koshish ki hai ki hum national और international forums के ऊपर इस issue को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम इसके ऊपर बात कर सकें और बात नहीं कर सकें, action ले सकें. And for that matter of fact, I don't want to go into the details, but of course you all know that after the 18th Amendment, provinces are being autonomous. Like they do, like they're working in their own capacity, and no one, like mostly they are independent. But the coordination. But how we can work together, like as the lady mentioned before, कि हम जो below the water life उसको भी किस तरह impact करें, because of course for me 17 goals are very important, but every goal is interlinked to each other. Every goal is like it gives impact, like it's very much like it's a sort of a cord, which is जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो एक जो उसकी cord है वो कितनी importance रखती है, same goes with us. I think this is moreover how we can look after the environment. It's not a climate change. It's not a fashionable tag that we all need to talk about climate change. This is our oxygen. And I believe, and I'm looking for, like the way the things are happening, we are feeling that I feel, and I felt it very strongly, that every passing day, we are losing our oxygen. We are losing our oxygen. And yes, we are losing our oxygen. And reason we ourselves. I can't blame you. I can't blame anyone else. I have to check myself first. That how much for myself I'm procuring the oxygen. What I'm doing towards that. So for that matter of fact, we're trying to engage with the institutions. Specifically, yes, I do believe that the colleges and academia, university matters a lot, but I try to reach more over to the schools, because I believe those youngsters are more relevant. They are more focused. Their intentions are more strong because they know how to. They can go home, they can check their parents, they can tell that don't use this, because still that आज तक हमारी नर्सरी की जो उस्ताद है उसने जो मैं पढ़ाया होगा वो मैं याद होगा, और जो PhD में शायद लेक्चर से पढ़ा होगा कहीं भूल भी गया हूँ, but this is how things work. So for that, we are trying to work in that way. And then the most important thing, as the academia is here, the civil society and think tanks are very much here, and as SDPI has played a pivotal role for always. I've seen, I'm a great student of SDPI as well, that they are playing a great role as a bridge among these areas, like how to work, how to sort out the things. For that matter of fact, when we talk internationally or globally, I believe we cannot mix the apples with the oranges. So we have to work the region-wise. We have to focus on the region-wise. And the Asia region is suffering more because this is now no more natural disasters. These are moreover the man-made disasters. The way the garbage is being producing, that is not naturally, it's happening. Asman se kachra gaya hai. Asman se to sirf mano sarva barasta raha hai. So this garbage is being produced by ourselves. So how we can maintain that, how we can look after that. And then moreover, we are focusing from the parliament side, the penalties, the fine. and not the fine, क्योंकि moreover ये होता है अभी मैडम फरजाना साहिबा हमारे साथ स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में climate change की मीटिंग and we have I raised this issue as well along with my members that the biggest challenge is कि हमें आदत हो गई है कि it's okay 5,000 जुर्माना we can pay and we can get rid of it. So it wouldn't be it should not be like that. One need to know that if I'm gonna do this, I have to pay big penalty. And moreover, socially, morally, आपको discourage किया जाना. Because this is something, क्योंकि अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि ज़मीन हमारी माँ है, माँ को कोई गंदा नहीं है. उस माँ को हमें कैसे ध्यान रखना है, कैसे ख्याल रखना है, because this is nothing for me today. This is for my generation. This is for my grandchildren. This is for my children. So how much we, जैसे अक्सर पाकिस्तान में हम लोग पंजाब या मुख्तलिफ जगहों से जहाँ पर भी बात होती है तो कहते हैं मोल से प्याज प्यारा होता है यानी बच्चों से ज्यादा आपको अपने पोते पोतियां प्यारे होते हैं. So what do we think? What we are going to leave for them? So for that matter of fact, we are working on the penalties और जुर्माने और सजा जो है उसकी भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बात करेंगे, ट्राइंग आवर लेवल बेस्ट के सूबों के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करें और सूबों से ज्यादा जो है हम लोकल गवर्नेंस जो है, लोकल बॉडी सिस्टम जो है, जो लोग हैं उनके साथ जो है वो हम एंगेज हो सकें, उनके साथ हम मिलकर काम कर सकें. और इसके अलावा जैसे मैंने कहा कि रीजन वाइज हमें चीजों को लेकर चलना है, उसके लिए we are trying our level best to create the consortium along with SDPI. We are trying our level best कि हम जो consortiums हैं उनकी तरफ फोकस कर सकें कि किस तरह हम रीजन वाइज कर सकते हैं, because somehow it's not only about the plastic, it's about the environment. It is about जैसे COP भी होती है तो वहाँ पर अमूमन ये कहा जाता है, like बात की जाती है developing countries की. So we as a developing countries, I believe we need to stand for each other. And for that matter of fact, in the parliament last year, we had a seminar, regional seminar, which is a very effective seminar in Pakistan, first ever time it happened, in which we tried to engage Asia region Pacific. और उसके अंदर हम लोगों ने यही बात की बार-बार कि हमें एक दूसरे के लिए खड़े होना है developing countries को. Because एक तो हम जो disasters हैं उनके consequences को bear करते हैं और उसके बाद जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आता है वो IMF का आता है और तमाम जो डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज हैं वो जिस चैलेंजेस को भुगत रहे हैं मोर ओवर दे आर द सेम. चाहे वो सार्क की कंट्रीज हो, चाहे वो एशिया में कहीं पर भी हो, चाहे वो तुर्की में कुछ हो रहा हो या पाकिस्तान में हो, somehow the incidents are very much same. So for that matter, we need to be stand for each other. In the end, especially when we talk about COP and these things, उस पर भी हम लोगों ने जैसे बात की और कहा कि losses and damages तो है, लेकिन उसके अलावा जो damages हमारे trauma human behavioral में आता है, because I believe that environment जो है, this is हम nature की बात करते हैं, लेकिन nature चाहे वो बाहर से नजर आने वाली nature हो या अंदर की nature हो, तमाम तर चीजें जो है वो हमारे साथ through this all environment, it belongs to us. So how we can, I will not take much time and I don't want to go that बहुत ज़्यादा overly जो technical बातें, क्योंकि I'm sure वो हमारे यहाँ पर लोग जो मौजूद हैं वो जरूर करेंगे. As being a student like most of the students here, I would love to learn from them. But in the end, I would request कि आप जैसे सोशल मीडिया पर या व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स के ऊपर हम सियासी और फनी और टिकटॉक्स और वो चाहे वो कोई छोटा सा गाना हो और वो और वो हिट हो जाता है, करोड़ में चला जाता है. आई थिंक दिस इज समथिंग ये हमारी मॉरली भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम इसके बारे में बात करें, एक दूसरे को जिम्मेदारी का एहसास ठहराएं, अपनी जिम्मेदारी करें. बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स हम हकूकुल बात की बात करते हैं, लेकिन पहले हमारा फर्ज क्या है, that we also need to know and we have to promote in ourselves, in our bachas, like कि कचरा नहीं फेंकना. छोटे छोटे steps जो है, हुकूमतें तो बहुत बड़े बड़े काम करती हैं और हर वक्त एक अजाब में या एक तनकीद का निशाना रहती है, लेकिन as being individual, I believe small steps take greatly towards success. This is in the end I wanted to say, and thank you so very much once again for inviting me over here, and hope for the best for the future as well. I'm looking forward for, in the end, I would request STPI, once again, thanks to all. I would request that in the end, whatever the recommendations and the suggestions come, please do share with us, as we are already partnered with STPI, but independently as individuals as well. You can reach towards us through our Twitter account, you can DM us or on Insta as well, or whichever way on the national website of the Parliament. You can please go through with that and you can send your suggestions. And we are looking forward. And I would request over here, as Mr. Vice Chancellor is sitting over here, that in the Parliament we are offering the internships as well. So it will be great to see the students of Illama Iqbal Open University as well over there. मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी कि अगर हमारे यहाँ के इकबाल की यूनिवर्सिटी के जो बच्चे हैं या स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो भी वहाँ पर आए कि जब हम नंबर या अंदाज और इस तरह की मुख्तलिफ उसके देखते हैं तो अच्छा लगता है। लेकिन मुझे यहाँ पर जरूर एक चीज आपके साथ शेयर करनी है कि मेरे पास इस एक साल के अंदर ऑलमोस्ट 300 जो लोग हैं उन्होंने इंटर्नशिप की, जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा तादाद ओ लेवल्स ए लेवल्स के बच्चों के साथ साथ मैट्रिकुलेशन के बच्चों की भी थी। और मेरा सबसे जो यंग इंटर्न है वो 8 ग्रेड 8 का स्टूडेंट था। तो इफ दे कैन कम, व्हाई नॉट यू? मे अल्लाह ब्लेस यू। जज़ाकल्लाह।
So much, Ma'am Nabina. I would request Dr. Saveri to also please join us for a group photo, and then we can proceed on with our next session. May I request the cameraman to please take the group photo. Thank you. I would also please wait for a while. I would also request the Faculty of Sciences to join us. And also the other deans from the Allama Iqbal Open University. Dr. Shafik, please join us in this. So much from I would request our panelists and guests to please take their seats so that we proceed to the next segment. May I please request everyone to remain seated? We are proceeding with our next session on plastics, on reimagining plastics. As Madam Rumina mentioned that we need to work together and we need to work to align with the SDGs agenda. So at STPI, we have introduced a network on circular economy that specifically is looking after to bring together stakeholders from every sector, whether it's in the corporate sector, the private sector, public sector, and academia, to come and jointly work on research, policy influencing campaigns, capacity building on the circular economy agenda of Pakistan. Without further ado, I would now like to request our next panelists and speakers. We have been joined by DG Pakistan Environmental Protection Agency, Madam Farzana, Mr. Sheikh Bakar Ahmed from Core Alliance, and Mr. Charles Schneider from International Finance Corporation, IFC Pakistan, for this particular session. I would now request DG Madam Farzana to please share your special remarks on how we can reimagine plastics. And as you have been very actively engaged on banning single-use plastic bags in Pakistan, specifically in the Federal City. So I would like to request you to shed light how we can treat and practice this in Pakistan. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
CEO and MRF, Mr. Charles Schneider, Rashid from Nestle, a good friend, Madam Meena, very active person for the cause of the environment since centuries. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm really thankful for STPI, Name Development University, and our partner participation. इस तरह हर बंदे का होता है कि साल में कोई एक दिन उसका है, तो मैं समझती हूँ कि इन्वायरमेंट का दिन एक नहीं है, 10 साल इन्वायरमेंट का दिन। और I will also prefer to be bilingual, क्योंकि Madam Meena has said such excellent words about it, और वो इतनी अच्छी बातें शेयर कर गई हैं कि मैं समझती हूँ आधी बात तो मेरी वो कर गई। क्या जरूरत है, क्या करना है, क्या रिक्वायर्ड है, कैसे रिक्वायर्ड, और मैं सिर्फ चंद बातें शेयर करना चाहूंगी। Since 26 years I am in Pakistan Environmental Protection Agency. Service witness to it when we were working under his supervision and guidance, and we were working in the UNEP forum, and I was coming to Pakistan and calling us how we can work in Pakistan. And honestly, at that time, we were not having such damaged environment at this extent what we are having today. And I don't think, and I don't say this environmental degradation is because of our negligence. It is because of our population load. One of the major factors in the country is the population, then poverty, which is leading to the pollution. And simultaneously, adaptation of those things, either which are required or not required, but just with the title of the development, and for the sake of the social status, we are adopting these things day by day. शॉपिंग बैग की बात हम कर रही हैं, हम आज से नहीं कर रहे। 26 जुलाई 2019 को पाकिस्तान में लेजिस्लेशन हमने नाफिज की थी, इस्लामाबाद के अंदर पॉलीथीन बैग बैन है। Have anyone thought about it कि हम प्लास्टिक बैग नहीं कहते, हम शॉपिंग बैग। शॉपिंग बैग मीन शॉपिंग करने वाला थैला। Why it is always plastic bag? Why it not be a fabric bag? Why it not be a bag of some sustainable material? तो ये शॉपिंग बैग का लफ्ज ही अगर हम अपनी जिंदगियों से निकालना शुरू करते हैं, तो डेफिनेटली हम ज़बान ज़दे आम में एक टारगेट अचीव कर लेंगे कि प्लास्टिक का थैला नहीं चाहिए, कपड़े का थैला चाहिए। शॉपिंग बैग ही नहीं, शॉपिंग इस बैग के बगैर भी हो सकती है। One more thing which I want to say, 26 जुलाई 2019 को पाकिस्तान में बैन ऑन यूज, ट्रेड, सेल, ट्रांसपोर्ट, हैंडल के ऊपर हमने ये कानून नाफिज किया। इसका वाहिद मकसद ये था बिहेवियर चेंज करना, पोल्यूशन कम करने के साथ साथ बिहेवियर चेंज करना, कि एक सिंगल प्लास्टिक बैग which has nothing to do with our betterment, which has nothing to do
with our lifestyle, which has nothing to do with any human welfare except degradation towards the environment where we are living. क्या हम इसको abandon कर सकते हैं, हम इसको छोड़ सकते हैं? And you can believe how much resistance we are facing about it. Everybody is talking, we need the alternate. Alternate was there. Alternate was there with my grandfather when he was bringing everything after shopping to home. Alternate was available with most of the generation who are sitting over here with their grandparents. When they were doing the shopping and they were bringing each and everything very neat and clean and free of any contamination to their home. They were not bringing food in a shopping plastic bag. It is changing the temperature of that polythene bag and including of ingredient of the plastic bag into your food and cause of a cancer. From last 3-4 days, I'm trying to do advocacy on it, Shafika Sales. I need your attention on it. Everyone can claim, हम ये जो plastic bag को day by day अपनी life में इस्तेमाल करते जा रहे, it is one of the major cause of cancer. Whatsoever we are eating in a polythene bag, that is based on the polymers of the petroleum products, and that is definitely the carcinogenic. So with our hand, we are feeding our generation, our children with the chemicals, so they should face the cancer disease too. Go to any hospital of Islamabad, please, for one day and visit the oncology ward. I'm doing from last 1 month. And hardly there is any more place to accommodate the cancer patients, irrespective of the age. There is a patient of age of 18 years old. There is a patient of 72 years old with the cancer. And multiple types of the cancer, not one. So you never know the plastic which you have been using from the years and the years at your home, bringing food in the black shopping bag, black plastic bag or multicolor plastic bag, and putting into your freezer and then doing the defrost of that food. How many contaminants of that plastic has entered into your food and you have been feeding with your hand with your children? So why you are asking doctor to do the treatment of your children when you can't treat at the source for your family and for your children? This I am really learning and alarming for all of us. Please go and see the hospitals, and hardly any patient in these hospitals is going back home with the health. Just doctor, I spoke to the doctors and they are telling me different stages of the cancer of those patients. And none of them can clearly say what was the cause of his cancer. But we, as a scientist, as a researcher, as a academia, as a research institute, policy institute, we should do advocacy on it very strongly. Just keep one slogan in every institute: plastic can cause you cancer. Definitely people stop eating food in the plastic containers, in the plastic plates. I'm just talking about the plastic bag, or look into the plastic container, styrofoam plastic, multiple types of the plastic, those who are non-food grade plastic, drinking water in the plastic bottles. That is definitely, and especially keeping the plastic bottle in your car for 2-3 hours in the hot summer, and after that drinking that water, check the taste of water. Is it a clean or safe water for you? It is no more safe water. So my urge is we should start advocating people from here. You are taking poison to your home for your family first, then for anyone else. Second thing which I want to urge at this model, instead of going any other detail, one thing very strongly I felt yesterday and every year, as I shared, from 26th year, I'm working in Pakistan Environmental Protection Agency. And when there was a World Environment Day, we had sometimes festivals, melas, walks and everything. And so many people were participating over there. Although I'm missing here so many our eminent people. One of them is Helga Ahmed. She spent her entire life for advocacy on environment in this city. I don't see Ali Tokir shakes up in any event today. So being the oldest in the environment, I can name people who really worked very hard in this field and creating awareness. And I was recalling Atya Kutar. She has been creating awareness among the students and even primary school students. So we should learn from them. And second, my urge to STPI will be, please, instead of that, we work stand-alone formation. We need to have a collective forum. सादा लफ्जों में मैं ये कहूँगी कि हम वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे पे कहीं पे कोई वॉक कर रहे हैं, कोई सेमिनार कर रहे हैं, हम कहीं पे कोई डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, राउंड टेबल टॉक हो रही है, वेबिनार हो रही है. My request as a regulator of the Environmental Protection Act at the capital level, please have a group on it and take the responsibility. Not Ustan Mishistan Bafastan. Please take the responsibility like STPI can take the lead on the policy development. Similarly, my friend Vakar is here from the core. They can take lead on collection of the data, how much plastic is being generated in the country and in which city, how much plastic load is being dumped. There is another institute, IUCN. They can take the lead to develop a conservation plan or strategy. Like in 1991, Shafnasab, NCS was developed, National Conservation Strategy was developed. Where is that document? We forgot those documents. Excellent work was done through organization. WWF can lead on the development of some strategy, protection of the marine life from the plastic issue. Only one subject we can have a detailed, closed group. So everybody will be answerable at the end of the day. This was your responsibility, and you should now answer to public of this country, to the public of this city, what you have done. Otherwise, at the end of the day, every responsibility is with the government. As government is a regulator, government is responsible for everything. And what government has done? Government has done nothing for the protection of environment alone. Because if you start thinking, since right in the morning, what environmental damage one person is doing in his life in 24 hours only. Right from the morning till evening, how much water you consumed, how much energy you consumed, how much natural resources you consumed, how much food you wasted, how much plastic you used in one day. Hardly. खुदा की कसम आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा अपने आप को बचाना, हाथ पीछे खींचना कि मैं ये ना करूं. लेकिन जस्ट एक दिन के लिए इस हाल में बैठे हुए सारे लोग अपनी डायरी में चेकलिस्ट में लिख लें. मैंने आज इन्वायरमेंटल डैमेज में क्या क्या कंट्रीब्यूट किया और एंड में हार्डली यू विल गेट 1 or 2 points के यहाँ मैंने इन्वायरमेंट बचा लिया. It's all in your hands. There will be no science, no मोजा कि आपके लिए कोई आएगा मोजा और उसके बाद ही चीजें ठीक. एयर पोल्यूशन की सर हम बात कर रहे थे. Air pollution is something which can be changed based on the seasonal changes. In the winter, हम सबको पता है लाहौर में स्मोक हो जाती है. Everybody is talking about smoke. आज स्मोक की बात क्यों नहीं कर रहा? Temperature is change, weather is change, weather pattern is change. हवा चलती है, डाइल्यूट हो जाता है, हमारा कंसंट्रेशन कम हो जाती है. बहुत सारे सोर्सेज होते हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा विजिबल होते हैं, आइसोलेट तक कम होते हैं. कभी स्मोक की सीजन में लाहौर के अराउंड फैक्ट्रियां बंद कर दी जाती हैं. बट आई वार्न यू टुडे, सॉलिड वेस्ट और प्लास्टिक वेस्ट ऐसी चीज है जिसको आपका कोई सीजन भी ठीक नहीं कर सकेगा. इट विल रिमेन देयर, चाहे गर्मी है, सर्दी है, बारिश है, खज़ां है, बहार है, ठंड है, जो भी है. आपका सॉलिड वेस्ट जब एक दफा आपने फेंक दिया है, वहां पे कोई इस वक्त इतनी कैपेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, किसी के पास एक जादू की छड़ी नहीं है, वो उठेगी और सारा आपका गार्बेज जो है वो कलेक्ट कर. Start traveling from Lahore to Islamabad, Islamabad to Peshawar, Peshawar to Quetta, Quetta to Karachi. हर सड़क के किनारे इस कदर गार्बेज हम डंप कर चुके हैं, शायद उसको कोई उठाने के लिए तैयार है. और इसमें अब आपके पास गुंजाइश नहीं है कि someone will come and collect in one day. ये जो हम छोटी-छोटी हिस्सों में काम कर रहे हैं, cleanup activity at certain nalas, at certain places, it is hardly ऊँट के मुंह में सीधा है. This is the time each and every individual should take the responsibility. In the similar way, the Mao Zedong wrote in his book, चाइना में ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन कैसे आया था. जब सुबह चाइनीज लोग उठते थे तो एक बकेट मिट्टी की शहर से बाहर से लाके अपने खेतों में डालते थे. और उन्होंने वो गिफ्ट बना दी थी कि उसमें उनकी फसलें ग्रो करनी शुरू हो जाए। ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन लाने के भी इस तरह के तरीके मौजूद है। केस ऑफ डिफरेंट कंट्रीज फ्रंट ऑफ अस, सिंगल सिटी कंट्री जिसको मलेशिया ने छोड़ दिया था 1971 में, ये हमारे ऊपर एक डेड लोड है। आज दुनिया का बेहतरीन कंट्री है सिंगापुर। हम मेरे पास एग्जांपल्स मौजूद है। हमें लिटरली इसमें कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं चाहिए। हाउ टू स्टॉप प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन, हाउ टू बीट प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन, एवरी इंडिविजुअल कैन प्ले इट्स रोल। एक चीज मैं फिर अर्ज करूंगी आखिर में कि कुछ स्टेप्स ऐसे हैं, स्पेशली टेकिंग बेनिफिट यूनिवर्सिटी और इंडिया के लोग एंड स्पेशली एनडी अमेरिकन फॉर देयर आर सर्टेन initiatives which doesn't need any economic involvement. Without any economic involvement or financial involvement, मैं कहूँगी आप इनिशिएटिव ले सकते। कल से टीम साहब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप कहते हैं इलामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी के गेट के अंदर कोई प्लास्टिक बैग नहीं है, नॉट अ रबर सीज। वेरी सिंपल थिंग, वेरी सिंपल इनिशिएटिव। इस्लामाबाद की सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज जो है वो डिक्लेयर कर दें। इस यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर मैं ये भी नहीं कह रही प्लास्टिक की बोतल के लिए बात नहीं कर रही, क्योंकि आप जब तक नलकों में पीने का साफ पानी नहीं देंगे, आप उस वक्त तक प्लास्टिक की बोतल बंद करना मुश्किल। दिस इज फैक्ट। वी शुड बी रियलिस्टिक, लेकिन शॉपिंग बैग लिफाफे के बगैर हम रह सकते हैं। एक छोटा सा इनिशिएटिव मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ, आप अपने कैंपसेस को डिक्लेयर कर दें प्लास्टिक बैग फ्री कैंपस फॉर शॉपिंग बैग। कोई किसी किस्म की, पीसी साहब ने अभी बयान किया था कि उनकी जितनी बुक्स जाती हैं वो सब कपड़े के थैलों में चलती। इसी तरीके से आपके अंदर आप कोरियर आते हैं वो भी प्लास्टिक के लिफाफों में बंद कर दीजिए, नहीं रिसीव करेंगे, इनकमिंग भी नहीं लेंगे। एक तो अगरचे बहुत बड़े दुख के साथ एक बात कहनी पड़ती है कि दुनिया में हम जब बात करते हैं अपनी बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज की, our so and so universities is among top 200 universities, दिल दुखता है। top 200, why not top 20 universities? So at least किसी चीज में तो हम टॉप यूनिवर्सिटी हो सकते हैं ना। नेक इलामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी, मैडम मीना इतनी खूबसूरत बात कहेगी कि इकबाल का कैंपस, और इस शहर को एक और क्रेडिट जाता है कि इकबाल का कैंपस ये कायद का कैंपस। कायद के कैंपस और इकबाल के कैंपस जिन्होंने ये मुहर दिया उनको हमने कितना करना। I have several pictures of the Kaidas University without hesitation. मैं कहूँगी इस कदर कचरा भरा हुआ है कि आरियों के अंदर हर जगह आप सोच नहीं सकते हो कौन फेंक रहा है। हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, there is no check on it. So एयर पोल्यूशन, डिस्पर्शन से, बारिश से, चीजों से सेटल होगी। आपका जो सॉलिड वेस्ट और प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन है, इन सारी चीजों से बढ़ेगी। एक चीज लास्ट कहना चाहूंगी, एसटीपीआई इज वर्किंग लॉट ऑन मेनी थिंग्स। समटाइम्स इंसानों से ही गलतियां होती हैं। वी शुड लर्न द लेसन फ्रॉम द पास्ट, मेक द करेक्टिव मेजर्स एंड बी प्रोएक्टिव फॉर द फ्यूचर एक्टिविटीज। पहले हम बात करते थे, आज से चंद साल पहले एमडीजीज, Millennium Development Goal, and I think that was not a success story. MDGs, अगर आप पूछे भी तो so many people are not aware about MDGs, and internationally then it was realized MDG is something which cannot be achieved at that level, and SDG is really talking about day-to-day life, and that is a success. Everybody in Pakistan now knows about SDGs, and SDG की graph cutting अगर एक इंडिविजुअल की लाइफ की एग्जांपल देना शुरू कर दें, 1 से लेकर 17 तक सारे SDGs पे पूरे आते हैं। घर में देखिए, we are educated people, just sort out मेरी जिंदगी में इस बार सवेरे किस SDG का वाटर, SDG 6, इक्विटी, जेंडर, एग्रीकल्चर, फूड, सब SDG हमारी लाइफ का हिस्सा है। और वी कैन से कि पार्लियामेंट का काम एसटीजीज पे काम करना, एसटीपीआई का काम है सिर्फ एसटीजी पे करना। एसटीजीपी, एसटीजीज सक्सेसफुल होंगे जब हम सब And last में request है आप सबसे please coordinated efforts are required. It's time to work together. It's time to be in the field practical. Otherwise, उठो मगर ना हशर न होगा पापा. तोड़ो ज़माना चाल क़यामत चली. Once again, thank you to STPI, Shafika Kapil sir, Akash, Bilal sir, for giving me this opportunity to be among you and holding this. Thank you so much.
So much, Madam Faisana. Dr. Sophia Khalid, Chairperson, Department of Environmental Sciences and Agricultural University, I please request you to join us on stage for the session. Madam Faisana, I would like to highlight here that at STPI, as I mentioned, we have established a network on circular economy. The purpose is to bring together stakeholders from using the bottom-up approach. And recently we had a stakeholder consultation on plastic circularity, and we got to realize that there are so many startups and SMEs and even individuals who are working to tackle this menace. The issue is that they are facing the scalability of the project due to it's not that much scalable. Why? Because of the financial issues and also the exposure. So we have got the recommendations from those sector, even from the corporations. I'm sure Sir Bukara would be able to highlight what the corporations are up to and what they are doing. But at STPI, we are trying to bring together all the stakeholders, and we would be happy to share those recommendations with you and work together with you to ensure that the plastic waste is reduced. Thank you very much for your comments. I would now request our panelists to remain seated here, and I would be moderating the session on plastics solutions. And then I will be having a few questions that I would like you to address so that we can have the recommendations for our policy maker. With this, I would like to request Sheikh Bakar Ahmed Sahab from Foreign Alliance. If you can, sir, please highlight what are the issues that we face in our country, especially from the perspective of corporations. And because most of the time there's a lot of blame game that the producers are the polluters. However, that is not the case entirely. But we need to, we need to come up with something that, because we are working on leaving no one behind agenda, so we need to come up with something that where everybody's on board to address the solutions. For that, I would request if you could shed some light on and share what should be done in that perspective. Over to you. And request my team if they can display the presentation. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being part of this distinguished panel. Other colleagues here, and those who have spoken before us. I think a lot have been said about plastics. So I don't go into details, the benefits of plastics and the challenges of technology. We all exist, and those are the challenges for our, especially for our generation and generation. Very rightly said, they never used to carry the simplest form of the challenge for the plastic guy. वो किसी और तरीके से shopping करते थे उनके पास पहले उन्होंने कपड़े. But we have the challenge of this thing. But having said this, I think plastic is a very important tool in terms of portability, durability, which help us to transport things. And transport things means it's not only transporting as a truck, but as a as a packaging carrier also. So I think that's why it has a very important role. So I think I'll talk about four and then I'll highlight a few things. So back to recycle lines. So we formalized it some 3 years back. So I would say the dream of code came 3 years back. And I would say it's a very top-driven agenda. So there are most of the multinationals in the country are operating in Pakistan and many other countries. They have made certain commitments and they are really top down. So there is no escape. And I think we all feel, I feel blessed that I work for an organization which has given us a target to achieve. And there is no looking back. For example, most of the organizations now have a target for reducing use of virgin plastics, which means we have to more recycle plastic in our packaging material it is. And for example, for 2025, Nestle has reduced 30% of the virgin plastics. That's a big target. It looks like simple. For huge corporations, and that's their commitment to it. Similarly, there are targets to make sure that the packaging that you're using, that's also designed for recycling. So design for recycle means that the packaging that you're using, it can be recycled. Then is a collection mechanism comes in, or the disposal mechanism comes in. But the important part is that packaging needs to be recycled. So if you could just go back to the previous slide, I just quickly comment on that. So of course, so we very carefully created this organization by making sure that we have FMCGs, we have non-profits like SGK is also a member of it, that there are other non-profits, but we have very clear target. So if you look at the, our commitment is that 100% of our packaging has to be recyclable by 2025. And there are certain companies are on certain limit, but that's it. And similarly, that we have to be part of the largest value movement that's happening in the world. And I think, as you said, no one leaving behind, so Pakistan has to take a leadership on that. I think this is our own interest. This is not a multinational liberal agenda. This is in our interest as well. Also said in our previous speakers also, this is in our interest. So this should be a national interest. The next slide. So if you look at the membership, we started with only 5 or 6 organizations. Today we are more than 20. If you look at, there are very good names. All the major multinationals and large schools that we recently telecom like Jazz also joined because they're helping us help us on the technology side of the reach out. Similarly, one of the major think tanks and non-profits like SDPI, UNDP, and then the recycling also made part. It's a very comprehensive kind of organization. It can touch base on different parts of the plastics, starting from plastic granules like capital, and then the users like Nestle and Coca-Cola, and then recyclers like Green Earth, and the others also LCI, previous ICI is called LCI, now they're also recycling, and the other company players. The next slide. These are some of the projects, and I think this is the responsibility when we started. We thought, we have to create it. We need to create some lighthouses. So different companies are doing somewhere in the value chain of the plastic. For example, if I talk about Coca-Cola, they came up with the plastic rule. It's a unique kind of initiative. That's not the end. That doesn't mean that they have to do all, but they just created an example in Islam. So it's just to prevent. Similarly, when it comes to Nestle Pakistan, we came up with a very interesting project with our plastic straws. So these are 400 million straws that we have produced in a year now. And it was a huge cost because the plastic straw was only 25 paisa, 27 paisa, and the paper straw was 1 rupee and 30 paisa. And when your competition is not moving towards a paper straw, it's a huge cost that you have to pay out of your pocket. And you can't charge it as consumer. Plus, there's a technological challenge also. These are only need to be important. No technology is available in Pakistan. So by introducing this, we also created a local value chain. So now Packages is working on a project which will be ready this year. So they will be producing first paper straw, which can be used in these boxes because this is a very different kind of paper. So that's the initiative we look at now. Other than it should still be ready. Pepsi came up with the idea of collecting PET bottles. So they're doing it in a big way. We are also doing it, but I think Pepsi is taking initiative on that. Unilever is also doing a very big project in by making that city a cleaner city by putting up a collection mechanism there. So there are in pockets, there are cases which are lighthouses, which can be replicated in a bigger way. So everyone is trying to do, and these are just few examples that I think the members who are trying to positively respond to that, and they all have commitments. So that's why, when we creating this membership, we thought it has to be like-minded, either on the policy side or on the action side, like the companies like we are. So we all need to think alike, and it has to be collective action. So, मैडम ने बड़ी अच्छी बात की कि ये कोई अगर हम कहें ना आज के गवर्नमेंट सारे सोल्यूशन दे देगी, प्राइवेट सेक्टर सारे सोल्यूशन दे देगा, थिंक टैंक दे देगी, नॉन प्रॉफिट, it's not possible. Because plastic is such a big challenge that everyone, and this is such a big puzzle, that everyone has to respond and everyone has to contribute to the system. And only it's a phase by phase.
It's very difficult when we say ban this or ban that. I think it's more like phase-wise. You put them, they are low-hanging fruits like plastic bags, but then there are areas where you need more technology, and technology is not available around the world. It's not only in Pakistan. So we need to learn. We need to invest as a country, as a company, and as a larger society. It's a change of mindset also. So अभी मैडम ने बड़ी अच्छी बात की कि हमारा जो northern areas है, if you go to where they don't allow you to take your plastic bottles, they don't allow you to plastic packaging, anything, taking it to the certain destinations where there you go on a cable car. So you have to leave all your stuff there and you buy there. In between, if you see our cable cars in our northern areas, so from the point you take a cable car to up, you only see plastic now because we allow it. So they also requires an implementation where collectively we have to take action. So you leave your stuff here, go and buy new stuff there, and you pay an extra cost for it because we are consuming it. Unfortunately, we take all the bad things from here to on our touristic spot and we create a lot of challenges. Next slide. If you can play this video, it's a very interesting work. The second, description. So Gilgit-Baltistan, is a major tourist destination. It's a very interesting product, and it's a collective action. They have one of the best waste management authorities in Pakistan, I would say. Very professional people. They are doing the challenge they were facing 3 years back is like what to do with the plastic that they were doing, especially the bottles and the paper packaging. So either they were burning it, they were throwing it into the river, or the collection was perfect. But then what to do on their sites, on their dumping sites? And then there were informal mechanism of people who were buying from them at a very low cost, and there was no recyclable. So we joined hand with them as an escrow. So we provided a very basic solution on, if you can compress the waste, so a truck which can go back from Skardu or from Gilgit back to Islamabad or Lahore, if it takes 7 tons in a compressed format, non-compressed format is only 1 ton of, because it has a volume also. So in compressed format, you can take more. And then it makes a business case for a recycler to take it back and recycle. So it's being we started only with 100 tons, and today we are on 700 tons. In just 2.5 years. Now you can play a video. This is just a very small video.
जैसे नेस्ले ये कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का अपना रोल प्ले कर रहा है, तमाम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स को मिलकर आगे आना चाहिए। हम उनका हमेशा फैसिलिटेट करेंगे।
नेस्ले पाकिस्तान की टीम है जिसकी टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से ये मशीन यहाँ पे इंस्टॉल हुई है।
Recyclers available in Pakistan who can take their waste and sell it in the market. This is all, and it becomes an income for them. So our interest was only that plastic bottles need to be picked up. So they have a waste of like 3,000 tons. So they have reached to 700 tons at the moment. There's still a lot to do. So a lot more similar efforts are required. So in terms of code. So I think the bigger challenge after challenge I think there's a lot of blame happens on the manufacturing or the industry where you don't do enough for the recycling. But when we wanted to use the recyclable materials for our food packaging, food packaging is very sensitive. It has to be hygienic. It has to be certain other measures that we taken other than if you are using it from some other packaging material. So Pakistan does not have a law in 2 years back. So under this core umbrella, we approached Ministry of Science and Technology, we approached Ministry of Climate Change, and together with the help of them, we came up with the first law in Pakistan, which now allows to use recyclable food-grade plastics in our packaging materials. So all the food authorities in Pakistan, because now we have 5 provinces or 5 food authorities, and also the PSQC, which is the federal one, they have allowed it. We have a new regulation, the first regulation in Pakistan. And now the Pepsi, Coke, and Nestle have been allowed to use recycled material for their, at least for the PET bottle, and then for other packaging as well. But of course, it will, the value chain will take some time. But at least now the regulation is here, and I think in a very short year time, we'll see many of the companies will use 10% of this recycled material in their packaging, which help us to reduce use of our virgin plastics. That's a big thing that we did. And the whole idea that we're working on it came up through a meeting that we did 2 years back with the Ministry of Climate Change. And that was a whole day exercise of thinking of what ideas, how to reduce use of plastics, what are the positive steps we could do. So this was an outcome of that. And then, of course, with the help of the ministry, we did that. So we also know that, small projects we need to do when it comes to, bring our contribution back to society. And individually, just to remind it, companies are doing a lot in Britain, but this was a core project that we own 2 parks in Islamabad. One is the F9 park, and another this one on the Rawal Dam park. So we put up bins there and ask them to come to link it with the collection mechanism so that at least those been collected and then recycled. Next slide, please. So another thing that we've been doing for the last 2 years, we've been pushing very, very hard to the government with the budget proposals also. Because the bigger challenge is now we need new investors coming into the recycling industry. So how we can, just like for the, when we talk about solar, the State Bank of Pakistan provided a lot of facilities who want to do solar. So you have a low cost financing, 6% financing, only 6%, right? But for the recycling industry, there's no benefit. So if we want to push, if we want private sector to play a bigger role, there should be a cheap financing available. There should be some tax holidays available. There should be some kind of mechanism available where government can push them, especially for welcoming the new entrant. Or even for those who are already there, they need to be facilitated. Because as I said, this needs to be done collectively. And collectively means this is a private investment, the government role is only to facilitate it. So facilitation can be done by the government by providing those kind of benefits. So on the budget, we've been very proactively engaging with the media, making invitation to finance minister and even the State Bank and FBR. I don't know, Madam is sitting here. We have written to our minister also to take our request to the Ministry of Finance, and hopefully this year they will listen to take some of these recommendations, and probably to SDPI, you can also make part of your policy recommendation, because this is the way you can promote the whole collection and recycling industry. And again, because as a core, we are saying that we have an interest as an individual company also, but I think we should require it. So we are also working on a small engagement with the Ministry of Climate Change and Ministry of Information and Broadcast. So we're trying to put up a short media campaign about how to segregate our waste. What are the benefits of that? So we already discussed with the Ministry of Climate Change, and the first pitch we are going to give it to them. So it will be a combination of social media and TV campaign, which will be run through across, of course, all these member companies have a lot of power when it comes to social media. So they spend a lot on social media. So we said we can run those campaigns there. And when it comes to TV, of course, we are requesting the Ministry of Information and Broadcast, because camera has a rule that 5% of their time has to go as part of their CSR. So if they can help us run those campaigns, we will create it, but together with them, we'll be running that campaign. So this is more like changing behaviors. So how we can contribute to that side as well. So again, I think जो बातें यहाँ पर सबने कही थी कि this is a collective action, and collective action is most important for all the players that are involved in the whole value chain of the plastic. Those who are producing it, those who are consuming it, and those who are consuming as our products also. Is their consumer behavior change required? Government need to make right policies where handholding is required. I think they need to see us as their friends, and they need to take us through in a phase-wise where we contribute positively to the GDP of the economy, and without hurting the economy, I think we should need to find some solutions. And that's why I think collaborative approach is required, partnership is required between non-profits, government, and we all should look as a partner. We should not see each other as, we are offending something or we are offending someone. I think we should all see each other as a partners, because this is such a big challenge we are facing. It will not find a solution if we don't do it. Copy to the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting some very key initiatives that the Pro Alliance members are taking. And I would like to let you know that we do recognize the role of MNCs, not just in beating plastic pollution, but we are also working to address that how MNCs play their role in strengthening climate diplomacy in regions. And we would be happy if you can engage with us and, share your insights on that as well later on. So thank you so much for an insightful presentation. I will now request Mr. Charles Schneider from IFC Pakistan. Charles, as you have heard Mr. Sheikh Mubarak as well in our previous discussion and stakeholder engagements also, that private sector engagement is the key to address any problem that has an environmental context, because eventually it is going to affect the economy. So to bring together the private sector and how to ensure the private sector engagement, what do you suggest and what role can IFC play in this regard in Pakistan? Over to you.
Thanks, Zainab, and thanks for everyone for attending today, and happy World Environment Day 2023. So IFC, for those of you who are not familiar with IFC, IFC is not IMF. Sometimes we get confused. We are IFC, International Finance Corporation, but we are part of the World Bank Group. And our role is to support private sector development, both through investment, that we invest in firms, we provide advice to firms, and we also work with government agencies to provide advice on enabling environment, legal and regulatory reform, all with the intent of supporting private sector development. Because at our core, we believe that most of the world's problems and issues can be solved through private sector engagement. We know that private sector is the core for job creation, for creating wealth, taxes, everything else. So it is really the foundation for any economy or any country. So I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember this movie, and I hate to use an American analogy, but I'm going to take the liberty to do that. Since, I've been here for a while, patiently waiting to say a few things. And if you all remember, those of you who are old enough, and I was only 3 years old, but the movie that came out that year was called The Graduate, starring Dustin Hoffman. And 1967 was an important year because it was the first year that students from university post World War II, it was the first graduating class. Right? World War II ended in 1945. This was 1967. 22 years later, it's your first college graduating class. So good old Dustin Hoffman, his character's name is Ben Braddock, and he's going through a lot of soul searching, like I think many of you here today are, thinking about what you're going to do after you graduate. And he's at his own graduation party, and he's lost. He doesn't know what he's going to do with his life, like most of us who finished university. And so this is the 1960s, right? So this is the boom of consumer economy in the US, still post-war. So Ben's father's friend, as many of you will probably experience, at your graduation parties, someone pulls you aside and wants to give you some career advice. And so Ben's father's friend, Mr. McGuire, pulls him aside from the party. He says, Ben, I have one word of advice for you. Plastics. Plastics. So that was his career advice, going into plastics. And that was a commentary, more than a real piece of advice, it was a commentary on the consumer economy that was going on at that time. It was a very poignant commentary. But it wasn't lost on Ben. That, oh my gosh, what is the world I'm getting into? Because if that's my future, it's all about consumerism. It's all about, corporate America. What is going to be my future? And so that was the baby boomers' first generation. But now I would say, as a graduating class now of 2023, 2024, I would give you also one advice, and that may be plastics as well, right? But it's a different type of business opportunity, right? It's not all about production anymore. And the baby boomers, which I'm one of, had a much different experience than you all who are Gen Z or millennials, who are now much more aware of impacts on consumerism in your lives. You're seeing it. In the 60s, it was not that apparent. But this is coming full circle because, and I think as Caroline's representative mentioned, there is a business case for getting involved. And it's about, and if we're here today talking about re-imaging plastics and reimagining plastics, that's a very strong word, because what that means is we have to think differently about plastics. And much of that involves making plastic recycling, reuse, business endeavor. And we've at IFC, we're looking at this very closely, both because we are an investor and we're looking for opportunities, because we think there is opportunity in investing, not just plastic recycling, but in more generally in waste management and more efficient, effective reuse and recycling of all kinds of waste. But we're also looking at what's holding back this type of business from taking off in Pakistan, because we've already had experience in other countries where we have invested, and I think globally IFC has about $1 billion invested in what we call circular economy. Much of that is in Asia Pacific, and then much of that's around plastic recycling. So we see that as possible. We have colleagues that have worked in this industry before joining IFC who've told me that this is a profitable business if it's done right. But there's some prerequisites, some ingredients that are necessary, and I think Kari, from Alliance talked a lot about these. Part of it's regulatory, part of it's communication. But in a recent study, we kind of pointed to one theme, and that is increasing the value yield of plastics. So how to make plastic more valuable post-use. And that means, to make it more, recyclable, more collectible, reusable. And this is, I think, where all the partnerships can come into play and all the different stakeholders can come into play, because how do you make plastic more valuable for recycling use? A lot of it's around quality, right? And it's around collection and segregation. And some of it comes back to design of packaging materials in the first place. This could be designed better so that it's easier, more economical to recycle. It's around technology and bringing in the kind of technology is needed, because we know from our research how informal the plastic recycling sector is, and for that matter, recycling of even paper or even electronic waste is all very informally done. So if it could be done more, at scale, become much more feasible from a financial perspective. So we need to promote, this as a business. And so how IFC can contribute to this is, first of all, we're looking for our own opportunities. And I think where we can support most is both around technology and also possibly around partnerships, because there are a lot of global players in the waste management side. We have a lot of global players here in the production side. Core Alliance members, are a good example how we can have more sort of global players on the waste management side. And we know from neighboring countries that there are global players in waste management in neighboring countries. So I don't see why it's not possible here with the right policies. And some of those are tax related, which were presented earlier. Some of those are around, making land available perhaps to recyclers, about facilitating their investments in the country, because sometimes it's even hard to get investments started here. So if there was help to facilitate those, that could make a big difference. So, the example of the graduate to me is one of both the past and the present, because the past we had one way of thinking, which was more about linear. If you like circular economy theory, you talk about linear. That was the 1960s graduate. Today's graduate is going to be much more in a circular world, where resources are used efficiently and more than once, and hopefully than twice and 3 times. But again, it comes down to, it's a local issue, and it has to be dealt with somehow at the local level with government. As a last point, we are engaged, I see it, especially the World Bank, our colleagues working with public sector financing, working with the Job Green Development Program, which has also recently developed a plastics strategy for the job and is looking at regulatory interventions. And I think part of what is talked about everywhere, and we're obtaining more and more case studies around how this is done in many countries, so-called extended producer responsibility theme, which I think, can be taken in many different ways, right? Sometimes it's just like, it's your responsibility. Sometimes it's like, how can we help you to make it work, to make an EPR system work? That's what successful countries are doing. They're combining public and private investment to make EPR schemes operational and making them practical and most likely phased so that it doesn't happen all at once, that there's a process in place to give time for investment to come in and to actually start to make a difference to make recycled and materials more available. So we hope and plan to continue that engagement on implementation, and that implementation has been mentioned many times today, that that's where we are. That's what we need to be doing in Pakistan. And I think there's enough good examples in several countries that we can learn from. And most of those involve collaboration, supporting private sector investment, pushing for awareness raising, and overall taking collective action to be the center. Thanks very much. And
Thank you very much, Charles. Now, I would now request Dr. Sophia Khalid if you can briefly shed light on how we can bridge the gap between academia and industry in the context of managing plastic waste. Specifically, as I mentioned earlier, academia has solutions in the form of upcycling and downcycling of plastics, creating new products and how to close the loop. So in that perspective, what in your opinion can be done to bridge this gap between academia and the industry on managing plastics? Thank you. Generally at a smaller scale, and when they try to apply it at larger scale, sometimes the industry people are not very cooperative in that, and sometimes they need sponsors to carry out that, and they do not get it. So those things are not materialized. But I appreciate the efforts of different private companies and the private-public partnerships that are emerging with time. And I've seen from the last few years that there are many startups that are starting, and there are many competitions that are being advertised for students, for innovative ideas, for different solutions. And in that, they are given some amount or some cash prizes as well to start with their solutions that they have proposed for a particular pollution problem. So I think yes, this could be, there should be more coordination that should be there.
And I give you a very simple example. We talk a lot about these plastic bottles, especially for drinking water, that can recycle. But if we were discussing the other day, then we have other products that are made up of plastics as well. For example, and there are many multinational companies that are producing that. For example, I'll just give you a very simple example of the shampoo bottles or the conditioners or other products that you may use in your homes. Those bottles could also be kind of recycled or reused, I would say, if there is a system for collection of those bottles after use. So we need to work in that direction. Yes, this could be done in collaboration and with effective coordination. And there's another point that I would like to talk about is we see that we have been talking about microplastics so far. That is something that we can see, but we have another type of plastic as well, that is microplastic. We cannot see that with our eyes. That's very small plastic particles, but they are present everywhere in the environment. We breathe those particles, and we have that in our food as well. And that is something also we need to look into and work on. And then I have a suggestion for Madam Farzana as well. She has given us a brilliant idea of making our campus plastic free, which we definitely will try to do so. But I've seen her being very strict in granting NOCs for the environmental impact assessments that are being carried out by different proponents that are submitted by different proponents for different infrastructure projects. Madam, if you could look this plastic thing into those assessments as well, that how much is the use of plastic within that particular project and how could that be reduced? I think that would also be and if you need any of our support in that regard, yes, we are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sophia Khalid, and our panelists here have highlighted some of the key recommendations and suggestions for reimagining plastics in Pakistan and how we can bring together all the stakeholders, whether they're from academia, from the industry, from the public sector, private sector. Thank you for the very important and pertinent points. Now we have our next session, which is on the renewables energy and on renewable solutions to the environmental degradation. For that, without further ado, I would like to request our panelists who have joined us for the session, Mr. Mustafa Haider Sayed, Executive Director, Pakistan China Institute, to please share the stage with us. And thank you so much to the panelists for the previous session. Thank you. Now we are moving on with the next session. Okay. So before next session, we are announcing a 5-minute short tea break. But after that, I would request all of you to please join us again for the next session.
Refreshment is outside, so you may go and have water, juice, and cup of tea. So we'll be back within 10 minutes. हम शुरू करके फिर इसको खत्म कर देंगे. Because we are about to start the second session after this tea break. I'm sorry that you are waiting for long, but this session just ended. So please bear with us. Thank you for your joining from various parts of the world. Thank you so much for coming to this one. Thank you.
about to start the next session. Before that, I would like to request our session panelists to please join us on stage. Dr. Sahir Shakir, Professor UP Case Nast. If you're here, madam, would you please join us on stage? Thank you. Once again, may I please request you all to settle down. On behalf of all partner organizations and Network for Clean Energy Transition in Pakistan, I welcome you all to the second plenary of our dialogue today, which is on transition towards environmental sustainability, prospect for renewable energy solutions. The session will be chaired by Mr. Shahjahan Mirza, Managing Director of Private Power and Infrastructure Board, PPIB, Ministry for Energy, Power Division, and CEO of Alternate Energy Development Board, AET. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. However, before we go into deep dive of the discussion, I would request our MIS team to kindly display a brief documentary of some activities carried out under Network for Clean Energy Transition over the past year with support of our partner organizations and how it is making its impact across different sectors of energy value chain in Pakistan. So the documentary will be played little later on. Now I would like to start the session by setting the scene. Coming towards a panel topic in hand, addressing climate crisis and ensuring access of clean energy for all require mutual efforts. According to the International Energy Agency, energy production and consumption is the largest source of anthropogenic air pollution in the world, meaning that it is essential to recognize the severe impacts that fossil fuel powered and environmentally degrading energy generation have on air and health. While Pakistan has a low carbon footprint, less than 1% of global GHG, it is one of the largest emitters of methane gas. To compound matters, Pakistan's GHG footprint is set to increase as per the current trajectory, with carbon dioxide emissions from coal increasing by almost 5-fold over the past decade. To compound matters, Pakistan's GHG footprint is set to increase as per the current trajectory, with carbon dioxide emissions from coal increasing by almost 5-fold over the past decade. And secondly, an increased reliance on fossil fuels by both power and industry sector of Pakistan has deteriorated Pakistan's environmental profile, eventually creating worrisome air pollution concerns. There is a strong economic and environment case of transitioning away from coal to cleaner and more sustainable energy sources, as the transition not only merits environmental benefits, but also the economic ones, such as the promoting development of new economic opportunities in the clean energy sector. Against the backdrop of World Environment Day, this theme will generate a debate on air pollution solutions to renewable energy, circularity in repurposing coal power plants, end-of-life waste management of solar PV in Pakistan. So without further ado, I would now invite our panel chair, Mr. Shahjahan Mirza, for his keynote speech. Over to you, sir.
Should I come there?
Sir, as you feel easy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a pleasure to be here in this gathering where all the industry experts and academia and other stakeholders are present. So my stay will be short here, so I'm sure this morning session and the late afternoon session will further discuss all these issues which we are facing in terms of the climate change and the impact of the climate change. Pakistan is basically less than 1% contributor to the CO2 emissions overall in the global average. But again, the Pakistan, as most of us know, is one of the 5th or 6th most affected countries by the climate change. What we have seen, the disastrous flood last year, and what even we are seeing last month and the current month in Sawan, the rains and the flooding which is being done. So I think that's a quite strong evidence that in spite of not being a major contributor to the pollutions in the global scenario, we have to do something to control these climate changes disasters, and also do our job as a responsible country, as a responsible member of the global community. So I think that's where we stand now. And as we know, apart from affecting the disasters, we all see that even the regional countries, this region is probably one of the most polluted. We have seen in this winter that the 4 cities, Pakistan and India, are actually competing, being the top one in the bad air quality index. So the reasonable health average is air quality index of 50. And Karachi and Lahore has been crossing even 178 times. So we have been seeing that in Pakistan, Lahore and Karachi, and in India, Delhi and Bombay. So these 4 cities are generally, we see on the top 4 or 5 cities which are most polluted. So that I think put a lot of stress that why we need to do something about it. So air pollution is of course affecting the whole country, and the burning biomass, as we have heard, the energy sector, the transport sector, cooking. So everything is a major contribution. We did a study with the STPI on that. What is the roadmap to achievement of SDG goals for Pakistan, which we have set, I would say, very ambitious goals. So we need to work on that. We have very ambitious policy target. We have very ambitious plan, but still we need to have a proper roadmap to implement those plans. If I talk in terms of cost, the renewable energy, fortunately, is the cheapest source of energy these days if we look into the power generation. So this is again an opportune time to harvest this resource, in which Pakistan is blessed with the abundant wind energy resource and both solar resources. So this is the time that we need to work, and Pakistan has planned an energy transition program. If I specifically talk about the power generation sector, the government has set a target of 60% renewable energy, rather 61% renewable energy by 2031, which is 8 years from now. So we are saying that by 2031, our 61% energy will be generated from the hydropower projects, from the wind power project, from solar power project, and maybe some of it through new technologies in the renewable energy like geothermal, like concentrated solar power, some other technology on which we can get benefit out of that. We in AEDB and in the Ministry of Energy, with the help of government and expert, we're trying to put a proper roadmap to achieve these targets. These targets, if we look at our generation expansion plan, as I said, for the next 8 years. So what is the result of all this effort to bring in more renewable energy? Apart from the economic benefit, because we are very hard pressed in terms of foreign exchange availability and the resources which we have due to the economic reasons. So we are very hard pressed to save the precious foreign exchange. So on first step, it will certainly reduce the need of the import and the foreign exchange requirement. And the second step, it will obviously provide the energy security for the country, which has become a major issue, what we have seen in this Ukraine war, that even the developed countries has suffered a lot, where they were dependent mostly on import from the Central Asian region, Russia and other countries. So thirdly, of course, that is probably one of the most important, that is the environmental impact. So in terms of emissions, currently our power generation, emission from power generation is around 356 gram CO2 per units generated per kilowatt hour. So with this plan, what we are implementing, it will actually take it to 196 gram CO2 per kilowatt hour. So that is quite a ambitious plan, which requires a lot of investment from the private sector. Currently, since we started inviting private sector to make investment in the power generation and other areas of the power sector, currently our 60% power generation is in the private sector. And what we are targeting, the new power generation is like 13,000 megawatt of wind and solar energy, and another 12,000 megawatt hydropower by 2031. So for all this, what we need, we are looking at, on the only generation side, we're looking at investment of around $40 billion US. And if we add on it the transmission and distribution facilities, so this 40 billion may become 65 to $70 billion. So this is a huge quantum and huge investment to bring in the next 8, 9 years. For this, the government policy since 90s is very clear that the maximum investment should come in from the private sector. So we are working with the private sector and we treat them as our partner because major investment will be coming from them. The only thing which is being done in the public sector, that is the Water and Power Development Authority. They are doing a couple of big projects which are not only power generation, but they also include the water storage. Otherwise, the run-of-river power generation projects are all done being done in the private sector as an IPPs. Recently, last year, a 720 megawatt run-of-the-river IPP has been commissioned, which is Karot, around 80 miles from Islamabad. So another 872 megawatt Suki Kinari hydropower project in AP is also under construction. So we are taking more and more private sector on board to bring in this investment. But again, as Pakistan is committed to carbon neutrality by 2050, so what we are saying that whatever investment we need, we can do it from internal resources 50%, and 50% investment should come from the from external resources. What challenge we are facing in Pakistan that is specifically due to our economic condition and other factors, that in Pakistan there is no distinction between the financing cost of a thermal power project, maybe it's a coal, it's oil, it's gas project, and a renewable energy project. So the interest rate or the markup rate we get for both thermal and renewable energy projects, that is same. So this is what we are pitching to the international agencies, multilateral banks and other banks, that they should look at it differently. This is the area where they need to be more considerate that this is not a thermal project, although they look at from the perspective of the risk profile of the country, as all the banks do. I mean, if I go as a borrower and you go as a borrower to the bank, the first thing they look at, what are the resources? How this money is going to be paid back to us. So they deal the same way the countries and the projects. So that's not what is happening even with the IMF, although it's not our subject. So that's we are pitching to the world that they need to consider this. To bring in more solar PV into the system, last year, end of last year, government has announced a solar PV initiative, which has three components. One first component is 6,000 megawatt of power project. That is pure substitution of thermal power generation. So the plan is that on the existing transmission line, we'll set up the solar PV plants and they will generate power during the daytime. We will run these thermal power plants at a very low level or maybe don't run in the daytime. And we'll use daytime solar power generation. And in the evening and night, as per the demand, we'll run these thermal power plants. So that is one initiative under which we carried out the first bidding of 600 megawatt project. The bid submission deadline was 31st May, but unfortunately we did not get any bid. That's a long debate that what were the factors, the tariff given by NEPRA, the economic conditions, so on and so forth. But again, that's a big challenge to bring in 6,000 megawatt of solar PV in next 5 years, just for the replacement of fuel generation, thermal generation. So that is the one component. Second component is solarization of public sector building, which is actually that net metering or rooftop solar plant, on which also we are working in the ADB. We have awarded around 26 buildings, government buildings, including the Prime Minister House, Prime Minister Office, some of the key buildings in Islamabad, Lahore, and other big cities. So overall target is around to solarize these 1,000 government-owned, federal government-owned buildings, maybe next year to year and a half. That's the second initiative. The third initiative is the smaller solar PV power plants, which will be set up on 11 kV feeders, which is the lowest level of transmission. So this will help in basically providing the distributed generation rather than going with the large projects, grid connected projects. These projects will help in stabilizing the voltage in those areas and also help in basically stabilizing the power and the reliable power supply to the consumer. So these are the three schemes on which we are working. Apart from that, in PPIB, we are working on the hydropower projects also. As I said, 1884 megawatt is under construction. We are working under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor Initiative on two other projects. They are again private sector projects, 1124 megawatt and 700 megawatt. Azad Patan and Kohala hydropower projects. Again, the investment is coming as a private investment. Chinese lenders will be financing, and the equity will be put up by the private companies. So this is the ultimate roadmap we are looking for in the energy sector, but we have a lot of challenges. When we look at the renewable energy, they have a specific feature that is intermittent. Solar is intermittent in the sense that it may peak at 12 noon or 1 p.m. But in the morning it is low, in the evening it is low. And our demand pattern in Pakistan is that the peak demand is between 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. when mostly solar is not available. So that's where the actually problem comes in. Similarly, the wind power projects, their duration actually changes minute to minute. The wind is blowing, so you don't know. It's blowing fast, so you generate more. It's blowing slow, so suddenly within a fraction of a second, your grid gets a shock basically. That from maybe 1,000 megawatt, the grid is getting 600 megawatt within few seconds, within few minutes. So for that, you need to have a very sophisticated, automated transmission system, which we don't have currently, unfortunately. So we are working on that also. We are doing working on the automation of the grid. We are working on the expansion and reinforcement of the grid, because without a fully automated and online grid dispatch system, it's not possible actually to induct major renewable energy into the grid. So that is another challenge we are working with. The financing challenge I have mentioned. The third challenge is currently the constrained supply of the equipment, solar panel and other equipment inverters, because the awareness in the world about the climate change is very strong, and the demand for these equipment is very, very high. Mostly what we see because of economies of scale and other reasons, most of the supply is being done by China. Manufacturing is in China, and supply is done by China. So that's where the actually countries like Pakistan and of course other countries, they are dependent and they are competing to get this equipment. It is putting pressure on the prices also, and it is also putting pressure on the timelines. So if we are working physically, if we can set up a power plant, say 12 months, due to the supply constraints, it may go to 24 to 30 months. So these are some of the challenges we are facing. And in terms of environment degradation, one issue which is now gradually coming up, that the disposal of the solar panels. This is basically 30 years economical life, maybe sometime it goes to 35 years. But again, after 30, 35 years, and some of the power PV solar units which were set up earlier, so their maturity is starting as per the IRENA study by 2030. So disposal or recycling or reutilization of the solar PV panels will be a big challenge, because the installation quantum is increasing every year. So, and we are looking at about 6,500 gigawatt by 2030, which is currently 1,500 gigawatt. So I think that's the type of challenges we have in terms of disposal of this solar PV panels at the end of the life. Similarly, what government is doing, you will be aware that they have given an EV policy, electric vehicle policy, which is moving quite slowly because of our economic condition. But still, the target which is given by the policy, that is 30% of the vehicle in Pakistan will be electric vehicles by 2030. Some of the Chinese companies are working on setting up some production units, some assembly unit in Pakistan. So that is another area which can save a lot of pollution in the environment. And one key area, I think, which is specific to the countries like Pakistan and other developing countries, that is the cooking using the wood and the other biomass fuel, which create a lot of pollution. It is, in our perspective, if I'm not mistaken, in Pakistan, probably this is the third biggest pollutant. That what we burn the wood and this cow dung and other things in the villages where we don't have the supply of the gas or the kerosene oil become more and more expensive. So that is another area. So for that, we need to come up with a policy which is very difficult for the successive government. I think this is the third government which has not been able to decide. That is the raising the prices of the gas. Because instead of using this gas, This gas could be used in the power generation. So we have power generation plant which has 62% thermal efficiency. And we, instead of using this gas into those power plants and supplying cheap electricity to the people so that they can use for the cooking and for the heating, we are burning it in the stoves in the houses, and then we are basically not generating power. So that is creating pollution also, and that is probably from the economic term. Although political governments have their own consideration, they need to supply a cheap resource of for the cooking to the people. But again, from the economic perspective, this is the waste of the resource. If we are burning it, probably around 15-20% efficiency, or even less than that when we burn in the cooking, in the domestic cooking. So these are some of the areas which we need to work. And I'm sure that with this participation of this industry expert and the academia and other knowledgeable people here, we'll be able to come up with some recommendation. My own message always is that generally in tendency in Pakistan is that we leave everything to the government. The government do this thing, government should do this thing, and then we'll do this thing. But I always say that the government is your partner. Government can give the policy, government can make the enabling environment, and particularly the economic situation we are facing, government is not in a position actually to come up with some major financial assistance. So if government gives policy, government gives an enabling environment, government gives a proper tax incentive. So it is the private sector role to come forward. And the forum like this, they can actually recommend to the government that what actually need to be done to make this enabling environment more conducive, and where we can deliver something. So I think this is the message for my colleagues and the academia and the experts here, that we should come up with some suggestion, and we should basically critically analyze the government policies. We have EV policy, we have renewable energy policy, we have power policy of 2015, we have tax incentive for certain industries. So, but I'm sure there are gaps everywhere. So if we could get some suggestions, some recommendation from these forums, that gap could be closed. So that's I think where I should stop, and I look forward if there are any questions. I don't know what is exactly the format. Are we taking questions now or in the end? Later? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for very useful and practical intervention on the topic. Now, I would request our special guest, Dr. Bilal Anwar, CEO, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, for his special remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, first of all, let me thank STPI. This is the session which is being held in collaboration with the STPI and NDRMF. So it's an immense pleasure to be partnering on this such an important day and spreading out the message on the World Environment Day, especially when this Environment Day is dedicated and the theme of the day is to beat the plastic is such an important, such a critical issue of our civilization and the modern way of living. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and a number of other partners are also part of this effort. Many wise heads actually have spoken since this morning, including some wise ladies as well. So I think what we have been informed, what we have been told since this morning is we've been told about the benefits of the plastic and how it has transformed us, our lives and the civilization. And it's certainly, I think there's no denial to the fact that it certainly has added a number of benefits, but at the same time, at a huge cost as well. So I think what we have forcefully heard is, and very powerfully and persuasively, is that the cost which the society, and I'm not talking about Pakistan only, but I'm talking about globally, the cost the society has willing to pay for the plastic has been tremendous, has been really gigantic cost. And it comes in various forms and various formats. So it's wonderful that we are actually gathering together And these kind of sessions are being held not only in Pakistan, not only in Islam, but many other parts of the world. So a word of awareness, a word of information, of course, is going on, and that need to be spread even more further. I think, and the second is for especially for today, combining the slurries up, plastic and renewable energy. I think energy in general or renewable energy. I think this is again is a wonderful idea, because those are the pressing issues for this age. And talking about the climate change, talking about environment, as well as moving on when these hazards they turn into the disasters. I think these are the two biggest issues, the critical issues which we as a civilization have to address, and we have to somehow come into grips with it. A number of solutions presented as well, a number of recommendations I'm sure are going to be flowing out of this as well. But I think one thing which we hear from everyone since this morning is that this, especially on the plastic side, and we'll be hearing more about the energy side, the issue is gigantic. The scale of the issue, the magnitude of the issue is so large that we need to really come up in such a coherent and collaborative manner to address this manner. Now, I think it's easy to say that it's a big issue. It's a massive issue. But I think let's create some kind of a reference in terms of Pakistan. But I mean, if we look at the numbers at the global level, we know that the half of the plastic ever manufactured in the world was actually manufactured in the last 15 days. And since 1950, the plastic production or the manufacturing have actually increased from 24 million tons to 448 million tons. And the numbers are actually, the estimates are showing that this is going to grow even more tremendously, exponentially in the coming years. So I think this is the scale of the issue which we are talking about. When we talk about Pakistan, I mean, you must have heard, and I was actually quite surprised. There were many sweeping references this morning by many speakers, but we know that this is a very famous kind of a quote and a statement which basically say that Pakistan produced about 8 million tons of plastic, which actually ends into some kind of all kinds of waste. And if we put it to a reference, this is equivalent to the size of K2 mountains. Now, I don't think this is a very pleasant way of kind of saying it, because K2 is our iconic ecosystem landmark, whereas kind of equating it or equalizing it to the waste or to the plastic waste, I think there is a very strong and a very hidden message into it as well, and which we need to decipher, we need to decode as well, because there's a very strong linkage between the ecosystem restoration or ecosystem damages which are being witnessed in Pakistan, and plastic is one of the major cause of it. I was very recently told, actually, there was a secretary of, I think it was a secretary of from Gilgit-Baltistan, one of the departments, who actually told me that there's an international campaign going on which shows that the base camp of K2 is a big junkyard, it's a waste yard right now. And it's hardly actually it's becoming difficult for the climbers, for the expedition people to actually use it as a base camp. And over the year, what they have been using is that they will keep on shifting their base camps to different locations in the K2, and in result of that, the spread for the waste has been just spreading along as well. So it basically shows that this is the scale. This is the scale of the challenge which we have to deal with. Now, talking about the energy, I think the previous speaker before me, he actually very eloquently and very detailed manner actually presented where Pakistan stands, what is the Pakistan's forecasted need for energy, how is our roadmap, or what is our kind of an ambitious plan in terms of increasing the share of renewable energy, and what are the challenges. I think it's once again, it's a very kind of a fashionable statement, or easy to say that Pakistan is a very minuscule or a small contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, whereas we are, of course, facing the brunt of the challenges in terms of the disasters. But I think you captured it very well, and you presented very well, and I think the previous Madam Farzana as well, that I think we shouldn't be hiding behind the fact that, yes, we have a very small contribution in the GHGs, greenhouse gases, but I think the carbon intensity is pretty high, and we are one of the highest in the methane emissions, which is one of the very important gases as well. So I think talking about these two issues, the share of Pakistan is pretty alarming, is pretty noticeable. And in terms of taking action, we need a lot of ground to cover. And some of these actions are being undertaken, some of these actions are being discussed. But I think the fact remains, we talk about plastic, these kind of sessions happens every year, even sometime around the year as well. A number of campaigns have been going on, but when we look at it on the balance sheets of all these different companies who are producing the bottled water, their profits are really mind-boggling. So there is some kind of a disconnect which is there, which is not really getting the message across, and it's not really making that real viable credible difference in terms of the taking action. So that disconnect, I mean, one of the things which actually comes to my mind is the consumer pressure or the consumer power has not really been into force. We as consumers are pretty weak, and we are not been really demanding to our corporate sectors for their environmental social governance, and to be more precise, actually talking about the plastic and talking about their energy consumptions as well. So a lot to be done. I think one question which might be coming to your mind is what NDRMF is doing. I'm not really going to say that, okay, we have cut down the plastic bottles, and actually we have done that. And we have banned that use of the plastic bottles in our offices. But that's a very small measures, but of course it counts. But being a large fund and having the responsibility of disaster risk reduction, we understand and we are conscious of the fact that we have a lot more responsibility on our end. And we, as part of our kind of operational details, we invest into the projects, and those projects, of course, they create a different kind of waste, including the plastic waste as well. In our environmental and social safeguards, we do actually take care of these measures, and these are very much critical elements when we are designing the project and we are engaging with our partners to implement those projects. And then, of course, when we are collecting the information and just looking into it, that how far we have been successful, not only in terms of the implementation of the project itself, but also in terms of how much leakage effect or how much carbon or environmental footprints we have generated. And which of course is accounted for, which is done through the monitoring and evaluation frameworks and monitoring and evaluation exercises which we do with regularly. But I do understand and really acknowledge the fact that we need to strengthen that. We need to make it a lot more robust. So I think this is something which I haven't discussed internally, even with my staff, and there are many of them are sitting here. But I would like to make a small announcement which can have a big impact, that we not only that we do care about our plastic usage in our day-to-day lives, in our official lives, but also we undertake extra measures in terms of the project implementation, and we make sure that all our projects are concluded in a way that it leaves with a statement from a third party or some one of the credible organizations like CORE was there in the morning here, which gives us, and we actually undertake the valuation, which gives us the evaluation that we haven't created any extra plastic waste over the operational life, over the implementation life of that project. And this is a first step, and I think we can take it further to the point where actually we make sure that this doesn't happen over the entire lifetime of the project as well. So I think this is again a small step, but I think that's I really see this as a kind of a moral obligation with that we should be undertaking these kind of measures. So with these words, I would like to thank all of you, and I would like to thank STPI for organizing this session. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the session. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Bilal, for sharing the technical aspects of the entire solution that you have shared on the degradation of environment and how we can address the issue. Now, we would like to display the Minister, Senator Sherry Rahman has joined us. But before her remarks, I would request the MIS team to please play a brief video.
What we in the Parliament have tried to do on the issue of climate change.
On World Environment Day, let's come together under the theme #BeatPlasticPollution for a global call to action against the menace of plastic waste. Every year, more than 400 million tons of plastic is produced worldwide, with nearly half designed for single use. This plastic waste pollutes our soil, our streets, our mountains, but also our lakes, rivers, and seas, contaminating the very lifeblood of our planet. Each year, an estimated 3.3 million tons of plastics are wasted in Pakistan, equal to the staggering height of 2 K2 mountains. The consequences of plastic pollution are intense and long-term. It irreversibly damages not only our environment, but also the health of all species and people on the planet. In fact, the dangers of plastic pollution are so acute that it threatens the very fabric of life on Earth, from the highest mountains to the deepest ocean's trenches. But amidst this crisis, we have the power to change. We have the solutions, yet must bring both public and political will to trigger change. Today, on World Environment Day, we must come together to mobilize transformative action from every corner of the world. Let's unpack the 7 hours action agenda, our roadmap to combat plastic pollution. Reduce, making conscious choices to minimize plastic consumption. Redesign, reimagine the design and manufacturing of plastic products to minimize their environmental impact. Reuse, extend the lifespan of products and packaging, reducing our reliance on single-use plastics. Recycle, transforming plastic waste into new materials for circularity and reducing the burden on our landfills and oceans. Responsibility, making it our shared duty to manage plastic waste and promote sustainable practices. Research, harnessing the power of scientific inquiry to drive innovative, low-cost and sustainable solutions that address plastic pollution head-on. Resource, provide the necessary support and resources, particularly to developing nations, to fight this global challenge. Together, let's embrace the 7 hours action agenda and usher in a new era of sustainability. So join us in this vital mission to protect our planet, conserve its resources, its biodiversity, and its beauty, to ensure that we leave behind a livable planet for generations to come. Let's begin this journey. With action and resolve, we can turn the tide on plastic pollution. Act now, act today for our planet.
There has to be a popular awareness.
This is a public service message brought to you by the government of Pakistan.
Plastic pollution. And then also also we have to build a base.
And to the minister. Over to you, sir.
First of all, let me welcome Honorable Minister of Climate Change. Thank you, ma'am. Despite your pressing engagements, you made a point to join us virtually. I know today is a very busy day, pre-budget. In introduction, all of us we know Shari Rahman, but I think the most important part of her introduction is the way she led the fight and battle for loss and damage fund at COP27. So if I have to say a one-line introduction, I would say that G77 plus China, whatever they were trying to achieve for decades, in order to get this loss and damage fund announced, I think it could not have been possible without the dedicated leadership and without the dedicated guidance of Ma'am Shari Rahman. Ma'am, today, mind of this multidimensional problem of climate change and plastic pollution, we thought that we should organize this event in collaboration with different stakeholders. The first tradition that we broke, instead of organizing it in any five-star hotel, we thought that we should come to university. And we are organizing this event at Allama Iqbal Open University's auditorium with the faculty and the students. The Vice Chancellor was kind enough to be with us in the first session. Second, we thought we should also bring the corporate sector with us. So we had this core alliance. We also brought NDRMF, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, because they have to play an important part in disaster preparedness. And Pakistan-China Institute, Transcend, this SDG task force in the parliament, and Meena Khurshid was here. And of course, from your ministry, EPA was present. And all the speakers, they were sharing their views on different aspects of plastic pollution. We also had Mr. Shahjahan Mirza from Public-Private Investment Board sharing his views on how solarization and solar panel would also reduce plastic pollution. Of course, also be part of solution that solar panels would be adopted. And on behalf of all the organizers and all the audience here, we wanted to thank you for the excellent initiative that you announced yesterday, that the single-use plastic would be banned, and single-use cutlery and plates and bowls, those would be banned. Of course, this is a baby step, but it's a very important step in beating the plastic pollution. So with this brief summary, we will be sharing the recommendation to your esteemed office after the conclusion of the seminar. But now we would like to hear your words of wisdom, your keynote address, Madam Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me audibly.
Yep. For our planet.
There seems to be an echo. Is that all right? No, I think it's fine. Abid Saab, you can hear me? Yes, okay. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Suleri, SDPI, and other stakeholders, I believe Allama Iqbal Open University, NDRMF, and other partners for this important and timely convening for a subject that's very close to my heart, and that one that has defined our experience and encounter with the environment in ways that has left most of the country completely transformed by plastic pollution, by our waterways, our landfills, our public spaces, as well as our mountains now. You may have heard that our tourism is not really eco-friendly. What goes on is that our very pristine mountains are also being polluted, and plastic is the culprit. Now, why this should matter, why plastic pollution should matter, is because it stays in the environment. It is not biodegrading, unlike the sense that we had gotten in the 1980s that most of it is being recycled, not only in the future, someplace in developing countries, that was the promise, but also in many countries abroad, internationally. So while countries like Norway, you must excuse my dog wandering in and out, many countries like Norway and Sweden, Germany, and even Sweden have done well with it. These are countries with small populations. And really, the world globally is recycling only 9% of its plastics, which is an astonishingly low number for the life cycle of this very toxic pollutant, how it stays in the environment for years on end, how it is sitting in our oceans, perhaps for more than 100 years, or perhaps in perpetuity. We do not know. We do not even know enough about its chemical properties and the hundreds of kinds of plastics, microplastics and nanoplastics that are being used in in manufacturing all kinds of daily products that we have habitually been using as a race and without unthinkingly, not considering where they stand in the life cycle of, biodegradability or not, and what they do once we dispose of our objects and plastics. So one of the things that concerns me is that Pakistan is recycling very little. I'm told that it's 3 to 4%. I think that's most of it is in the informal sector, because Pakistan has a large informal economy. If at all there's circularity, it's over there. The jugaad economy that you see in the big cities, where people actually, local scavengers actually take away a fair amount of objects and then recycle them because it's economically viable. So South Asian economies don't really throw away stuff because they have to reuse them. And that's one of the things that brings a level of circularity to our economy, but not the kind that we have been speaking about and thinking about and recommending at all global platforms. So not only is the world not recycling, the world is also tripling its manufacture of plastic products to until 2060. So there's no downscaling and there's no significant uptick or surge in recycling. And we know of no safe or healthy disposal of this real public pollutant. And this brings me to, just informing you that I was in Paris for the Global Plastics Ban Treaty, which has just concluded, and it's a first, but we got an opportunity to speak in many rooms about how we feel where this is going. We have introduced a hazardous management waste policy to after the dumping of plastics and microplastics and hazardous waste on our shores a few years ago. Over 600 shipping containers were dumped on Pakistan's shores. I hope you know about this, which is why this policy was introduced. We still allow import of waste because it is reused. Alloys are used in aluminium products and various other manufacturing industries, but a very tough new licensing and no objection regime is introduced, which is not driven entirely by Islamabad, but by the port or the dry port it is being brought to. So they have to inform us what is in the container, what can be disaggregated, what can be safely disposed and used, and what cannot before any such permissions are given. So very tight controls have been introduced on importing waste, because we are one of the countries that still does that, because our manufacturing industries depend on it. And that's where they're recycling and reusing waste. But I'm talking about a separate issue right now, which is the plastics we use and don't dispose of in Pakistan. And while Mr. Suleri, you call those baby steps, those are steps that are very resisted. Those are steps that find no base in consumer lifestyle changes. For instance, the polythene bags were banned in ICT a few years ago. I see polythene bags everywhere, which brought me to a situation where I wanted a cascade of items that are absolutely not biodegradable and are being phased out in the region. I'm working with what I see in the region, and what is being phased out in the region is what we are also we need to do. So with great difficulty and with a lot of resistance, we have introduced these measures that go into place from August 1st August, because companies, while they're in a conversation with us, need time, right? Because I guess this is an interruption of their supply chains and also their retail and profit bases. So we are very clear that this needs to be done. I hope that resolve continues on these measures. It's not a small series of steps. There are a fair amount of items that will be discontinued, but they cannot be discontinued in a population of 220 million. We're only looking at ICT right now, of course. That is our ambit. But even here, if retailers continue to patronize these objects, which are straws and food containers and forks and stirrers and spoons, then we're going to have a problem. The retailers continue and the consumers continue to patronize this. This has to stop, and a whole of society approach is needed. You cannot police plastic consumption in South Asia. Okay, I don't see police running around arresting people for using polythene bags that are banned or a plastic fork that is banned. It has to be a whole of society response. And for that, obviously behavior change and awareness go hand in hand, as you know. But at the Paris conference, I enumerated, I've seen there 3 R's earlier, and I had the 7 R's to present, and I would like, of course, SDPI and other stakeholders to take it up if possible. We are happy to partner with anybody who is willing to take this platform forward for behavior change and for executing policy. Now, you all know about reduce. Okay, reducing and is the actually best way to tackling plastic pollution. Yesterday, at one of the 7 functions I was at on World Environment Day, I was at the Serena for the IUCN's event, and the Serena had the good sense to discontinue its public use of plastic and single-use bottles. That will also happen, kick into play today at PM House. And then a week later, the federal ministries and divisions will also stop using them. I know there was pushback that, oh, but these are PET bottles, at which point I said, show me the collection points for these PET bottles, because recycling entails collection and sorting before it goes to large recycling plants for this amount of bottle usage, which I was unable to see because I believe there aren't any. So, or if there are, please educate me. And we will say, okay, all right, these bottles are good for use. We haven't banned them, but the manufacturers have been told to reduce usage and show us where their enhanced collection centers are. So they're going to have to do that. If they're saying that these are PET bottles and they're being recycled, then start showing us where the collection centers are. So reduction is one important way in reducing plastic usage. And businesses and industries have to be involved in adopting sustainable packaging alternatives and reducing plastic packaging overall. Any such move that is concerted and accepted will result in reducing plastic pollution by 17% by 2040. That is a huge number. And so please don't call these baby steps. This will help conserve natural resources, minimize energy consumption, and lower greenhouse gas emissions as well. Because if there's one thing, I keep saying if there's an extinction event for humanity, what will be left behind is the large landfills of plastic waste and the oceans that are choking with plastic. That will be humanity's legacy. The production, manufacturing, and no disposal of plastic waste that even for Pakistan every year amounts for 3 to 3.3 million metric tons and amounts to the size of 2 K2 mountains. So that's what you're going to see. That's mankind's legacy, plastic, nothing else. So overall, because every product contains it. And the dark side of plastics, of course, is and the dark circularity is, of course, that microplastics are now ending up in your plate. So that's the other side of plastics and circularity, if you like. My second R is obviously redesign. It's tackling design materials and packaging to create more eco-friendly alternatives. This is not a pie in the sky. There is receptivity. There are benches now, entire park benches being designed in Pakistan by packages industry, which are made of recycled material. Now, these are symbolic, and I think one of things that they're doing, but manufacturers, designers, policymakers, and consumers can and should collaborate to drive sustainable design practices and foster a real circular economy. So this is one of the things I think we need to look at with use of biodegradable or compostable options to replace traditional plastics. The third one is, of course, my third R is reuse to extend product lifespans and reduce reliance on single-use items, which Pakistan does extensively without it being documented in more ways than one. So it can even, obviously, it has impacts on people's consumption ability also, and it provides one of the highest opportunities to reduce plastic pollution in high poverty economies, where a reduction of 30% by 2040 is actually possible through reuse. Now, coming to recycle, I don't reject that as an option. Norway is recycling almost 90+% of its plastic products. So, well, it's entirely possible, but those economies separate their garbage in very intricate ways, three-way separation, which is not going to be possible for a long time. But we must not become naysayers in search of the perfect. We must not give up the public good. And the public good is that we can still ensure recycling, especially the big manufacturers who have the purchasing power and the profits to build this into their life cycles. They're doing it in other countries. They can be pressed to do it here. And I don't mean big consumer multinationals producing shampoo sachets. Those have to go. Those are completely non-recyclable, and they are being pushed in our economies as low-cost alternatives to consumer choices. That must be campaigned again. They have been removed from many countries, while the big multinationals say they're going to do it, and they say the words, but actually they lobby very strongly in countries like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and India against those legislative changes that prohibit the sachets. The sachets are particularly toxic because they provide lethality. There's an aluminum covering inside that is not at all biodegradable. I've checked with the actual manufacturers. So we need to be cognizant of what we introduce as low-cost options. They're not really low cost and don't recycle. So we need to ensure recycling for whatever we can recycle becomes a stable and more profitable option, such as waste to energy, which is entirely possible in many sub-economies, in many subsectors, and that can reduce pollution by 20% by 2040. That brings me to responsibility, which is, of course, our favorite issue and subject, with given that we've been engaging all the manufacturers in long sessions on extended producer responsibility. It's been a year of journeying on this track, and it's been very tough to even get the data and the knowledge from manufacturers, but we've been able to do that. And so other than manufacturers, we have to engage communities in taking responsibility. What I said earlier about policing plastic waste is entirely not possible. You can ban any amount of things, but they will not stand ban. The whole of South Asia every morning is characterized by men carrying milk or yogurt in plastic bags. If you wake up early enough, especially in the low-income areas, you will see an army of men carrying yogurt and in plastic bags home. And that's something that needs to be looked at. What low-cost alternatives are we giving them when we talk about bans that fit first world life cycles, but don't fit third world life cycles and really consumer solutions for them. So community engagement and participation is key to create this collective sense of responsibility. As I said, we've engaged manufacturers. I would like very much for everybody to keep the big companies' feet to the fire on this. It's not just government, but we have been creating regulatory frameworks to address this. Nobody likes it because obviously it entails transparency, sharing of data that is not the norm. And of course, big multinationals are big enough to say to our finance ministry that if too much controls are exercised, there's always a threat to disinvest. I see that they won't do that. We're profitable economies for them, but we shouldn't be exploitable economies for them. My second last one is research, and that is obviously important for hotspots of plastic accumulation, which Pakistan certainly is. And not only do we need more study on the impacts of plastic pollution on ecosystems and wildlife, but also we need to assess potential risks to human health, which are very clear in many places. We need to address those further. We need to use research and the startup economy, which is very strong and vibrant in Pakistan, to address how new low-cost and lightweight options to single-use plastics can be actually created. And I think that's something that we can do with better exchange of knowledge, expertise, and resources, leading to more comprehensive and impactful research initiatives. So whatever support we can provide to and investments we can provide to research, we should do, because we need evidence-based strategies and technologies to promote sustainability here. Then, of course, my last R is resourcing. Resourcing is a pet issue in all climate and environmental public conversations, in our transactions, and it impacts our ability to provide training, to knowledge transfer, and bring more technical expertise to local communities, and especially to provincial governments that are struggling with building resilience in their economies after being on high vulnerability front lines, which Pakistan is. So, we've been talking about how we are facing the onslaught of climate change and global warming at an international level with our 1%, less than 1% emissions, which puts us in, yet we also are facing very high, high temperatures. I must share with you, Abid Saab, a short video clip of how Jacobabad has been picked up by a poet internationally, which Amnesty International is now airing as part of its climate injustice value system. And this poet is saying Jacobabad has done nothing for the kind of 53.6 degrees it endured last summer, and the summer before that, and the summer before that. So we were the hottest places on the planet. This includes Turbat and Dadu as well. Yet we don't talk about it. It has to be talked about. So, I'm not going to get into the whole business of climate financing. That's a whole other area. And it does not bring the resource or shift the amount of capital needed to either research or in building infrastructure for resilience, let alone climate dealing with plastic pollution, waste generation, or the kind of cutting edge research needed to build low cost and lightweight options to plastic use, because alternatives really in the end are what will enable consumers the world over, especially vulnerable economies such as ours, to actually shift to other materials that are sustainable. You can't just like you can't build or expect or the moral framework of big profitable companies to change their manufacturing chemicals. You can't expect consumers, you can't police consumers to change or go back to glass, which I keep peddling, because the whole of Pakistan 25 years ago was using glass bottles and it wasn't such a calamity. So at least the privileged need to start making the switch, and I'm going to take this opportunity. I don't know if you have PET bottles on your on your podium and in the audience, but yesterday Serena made sure it did not have any. And I think that needs to be done everywhere in all our public and private ecosystems. The privileged have to lead by example before we start telling the lowest, our lowest income stratas to change habits. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
We have glass bottles on our podium, but all the banners and standees, those are made of cloth as well. The old banners that we used to have. Although I must say that these banners, they are almost triple the cost of the plastic banners, but we thought we have to adapt, and so we should say this. Thank you very much for joining us. I know your schedule is busy. It's unfortunate that other speakers would not be able to convey their messages directly, but we'll definitely send in the recommendations from there. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suveladi. Without further ado, I would now move on to the next speaker for his remarks. He is online and he has joined us from the United States of America. So, Mr. Engineer Umar Hayat, Vice President, California Resources Corporation. Sir, may I please request you to share your remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me over there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's so California is about 12 hours behind. It's 2 in the morning here, so that's well past my bedtime. The good news is that will make my remarks concise. I know we are running tight on time, but a couple of things that I want to share with you, a little bit about what we are doing here in California with California Resources Corporation. I'm the Vice President of Operations responsible for statewide operations here. But I think there are parallels that we can take to Pakistan, and there are comparisons to be made and some lessons to be learned. So I'll get to the point real quick. We are the largest oil and gas producers in the state. So before you label us the evil, the enemy, we are a different kind of company in a sense that we are taking the oil and gas technology and we are reversing it to capture carbon and then inject it underground. So all the emissions tied to industry around us, whether they are cement plants, refineries, we have projects underway to capture the carbon at the exhaust and then bring it to our oil fields and then inject them in the wells that once produced oil and gas. Now, what we are waiting for is a permit from EPA, first of its kind, to start that project. And once we have that project in place, we will be producing oil and gas molecules with zero carbon footprint. So that's what we are trying to do, and aligning ourselves with the state of California's net zero policy, where they're trying to reach zero emissions by 2045. So now let's talk about, on top of that, what we're doing is that we're using this technology to build an industrial park around clean fuels, namely hydrogen and power generation using natural gas, but then capturing the carbon at the stack and putting it back in the ground. So we are helping California get to that goal quicker by employing this technology. So the issue, as some of the speakers said earlier, with renewables is really a problem with intermittency, right? So you have solar in the day, but then the sun goes down, and basically you have no renewable power source. So the problem that we're trying to solve really on the renewable front is the storage issue. And if we could solve that puzzle as to how to store energy when there is abundance of energy in the day with solar, then we really don't need much of anything else. In fact, there have been days in California where the entire grid was on solar energy. So there was no natural gas-fired plants providing to the grid at that time, no coal-fired plants, no nuclear. Well, nuclear was there, but a small part. But then comes the night, and then you are into this famous duck curve where you have a lot of renewables providing energy in the day, but then it dips down, and you have to have a stable source of energy. So the point here is that Pakistan, India, China, there is a huge population that eventually wants to live like Californians. They want to consume the same amount of energy as United States and Western European citizens are consuming. And really the ratio is that, for every electron that an average Pakistani consumes, a Californian consumes 15. So there's a 15 times more energy consumption. If you look at the income gaps, it's even more startling. Depending on which metric you use, a Californian is 30 to 50 times richer than an average Pakistani. What I'm pointing to is that all the luxuries that Californians have, Pakistanis wanted too at some point. So you can't deny them that by just talking about renewables and telling them not to use other sources of fuel to improve their life. So what is the answer? The answer really is that until we resolve the storage puzzle, there is this carbon capture and storage technology that is viable, that's doable, and that provides a solution until we have figured out all the other issues around the renewables, right? So we have coal reserves. There is a way to generate clean electricity using them, and then eventually move over to renewables when the technology is there, and it has been improving by several folds every year. So, just in terms of comparisons, I think there is a stark comparison here. Very advanced economy, burgeoning economy, but there's lessons to be learned. And I think the solution is not just focusing on one piece of the puzzle; it's looking at everything at our disposal to bring the standard of life up without compromising the environment. With that, I'll conclude my remarks. I really appreciate this opportunity from STPI. It was a pleasure to listen to all the remarks. And thank you for allowing me to share a few thoughts here. Appreciate it.
Time and despite of the late hours for joining us and sharing your insights. Thank you. We have also been joined by Dr. Ikrar Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture, Peshawar. He's online, sir. I would request to please share your remarks. And also for the rest of the speakers, I would request, since we are running a bit late on the agenda, to please, if you can limit your speech to 5 minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't think I can even consume your 5 minutes because I'm no expert on plastic. I really enjoyed listening to these speakers, and particularly the way Minister has presented her agenda. That's quite impressive and very relevant. Since I represent the agriculture community, in agriculture, plastic has devastated our agricultural landscape in many ways, and it has also created some cheaper options. For example, I remember when I started learning agriculture as a graduate student in the city of Faisalabad, the then Lalpur, all the solid waste used to be auctioned, and farmers would buy and also pay for the haulage and take it to the fields as a manure. Now that solid waste is a challenge because no farmer is willing to buy, and simple reason is the plastic. The plastic that is mixed with the solid waste, it does not fit well in the farmer's requirement. Then coming to some of the options where plastic has become indispensable in agriculture. For example, we are discussing high efficiency irrigation system, drips, and those sprinklers. They're all plastic pipes, but they're long life items, and accepting those liners and tapes which are used in case of drip irrigation, but they are recyclable. So we would like to have those promoted. There are bad parts. For example, most of the chemicals, fertilizers, they are coming in plastic bags, and the farmer end up burning them or just trashing them. So there's opportunity for us to educate the farmers and also the supplier of those consumables to come up with a different packaging arrangement or what you call as environment-friendly alternatives. In a nutshell, the charity begins at home. And as Minister said that how many of us are still using PET bottles? That's one way to start. And then in my area of engagement in agriculture, I believe that there's tremendous opportunity for outreach and capacity building to reduce the plastic load in the environment. That's about all, and thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts.
So we have another online panelist with us, Mr. Yasir Daria from Daria Labs. So may I please request if you can shed light on the linkage of renewable energy and how can it help mitigate the impacts of air pollution? Mr. Yasir Daria. Okay, I think we can proceed on with our panelists.
My video is not on. If you can please put on the video, please. Thank you.
We can see you now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here in the esteemed company of Ms. Shari Rahman, who I really look up to in terms of her achievements, especially last year at the global level, loss and damage. And all the other panelists, NDRMA and SCPI, thank you, Obed, for inviting me. I have been working on air quality for the last whole year as a campaign. And so, I've trained journalists, we've commissioned research and so on. Last week, we launched a policy brief, which found out based on data, different kinds of data, how much petrol is being burnt in the cities as a whole, and how much carbon is being released and so on. We found out that in Karachi, it's 60% of the pollution is coming from just vehicle exhaust. So that includes rickshaws, bikes, taxis, cars, trucks, service vehicles, and so on, but also generators. And then there is a small amount of smuggled diesel and petrol coming from Iran. But this amount, 60%, is a huge chunk. And the health consequences of this are immense. When we measure air quality, what we measure is, the first thing is what are called tiny dust particles, which are invisible to the eye. In fact, they are 100th part of the human hair. So if you see smoke anywhere, that means those particles are really, really huge. They're so huge they'll get stuck in your lungs. But the PM, the particulate matter, the fine dust particles, which are important for health concerns, are the PM 2.5 or 2.5 micron size of particles. Now, this size of particle is so small that it can go through your lungs directly into your bloodstream, into your brain, into your body immediately. And it causes not just lung and heart failures, but also brain degeneration, including your DNA changing as a result of the air pollution. So the consequences are immense. Then you have, your interfaces, which is your nose, your ears, your eyes. Ask any ENT specialist about, why they're getting so many infections. Similarly, in the winter, the infections the flus that we experience. We went through COVID. I mean, what an experiment. We learned how to cope with bad air, infectious air, by simply using masks and then taking the necessary steps to save ourselves when nobody's doing anything about it. But I'm so glad that so many people have been talking about it. There is I would say, and I'm part of it. There is a green movement. There's an environmental movement. There is a climate movement. In fact, in July we're going to have a large climate march in Karachi, and we're also going to establish a climate action center. So coming back to our elements, air, water, heat. See, these are the, you can say ancient elements of what, matter is made of. And what climate is doing in each of these is disaster. So air, we have extremely polluted cities, Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad. There's an air quality livability index, and it shows that in Karachi, people lose 3 years of their lives, which means that if we follow the WHO standards and bring the air quality of Karachi to acceptable levels, then people would have an increase of 3 years of their lives, and they die early because when they're sick, death catches them, air quality catches them. The same 3 years in Islamabad is actually 4.3 years. Unbelievably, the air quality in Islamabad is worse than Karachi. And then if we skip over to Lahore,
if you can wrap up.
I'm sorry?
To request if you can wrap up, please. We are running a little on the.
So in Lahore, that number is 6.8, which means people lose about 7 years of their lives just because of air quality. So when we talk about what to do about it, so there are a few big things that we can do. First of all, our share of solar is extremely low. We are friends with China, I think, who is the biggest solar manufacturer. We seem to ask them for coal plants. I don't know why that is. So please hold on to your seats. I have a few comments like that. The other one is electrification. So electrification is of different kinds of appliances, including transport. So Karachi has just got about 200 electric buses, but 200 is nothing. The number of minibuses in Karachi at their peak was 5,000 to 6,000. In London, in New York, you have about 8,000, 9,000 buses. So this number of 500 or 200 should be going up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 electric buses in Karachi and other cities. Similarly, so this electrification also applies to, our ordinary lives. We use geysers, gas to heat water. we can use electricity. If we do that, we actually, emit less into the air. I think to sum up, I think there is जिस तरह से जन्नत और दोज़ख हैं, just like there is heaven and hell. So there are renewables and there are fossil fuels. If we go for some fossil fuels, it is a God-given gift. We are saving lives just by using them. And I'd just like to close there. Thank you.
I request Mr. Mahmood, energy efficiency and renewable energy expert, our panelist, to shed some light on how we can improve the sustainability, how we can move towards clean transportation options.
Well, thank you. I've been using 5 minutes very effectively. It's very good gathering, and just like to go through a litmus test, we have students over here, and I would like to be pitching some one or two interactive questions as well if you allow. आप में से कितने लोगों ने लास्ट टाइम जो है वो रद्दी बेची अपने घर की या प्रोसेस में इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं? Just raise your hands. No voices. Raise your hands. Okay. So indirectly, nobody is pushing you. What is the rate of plastic if you have asked from your radi wala? Because it changes in summer season, आपकी pet bottles market में आना जो है वो बढ़ जाती हैं, और इसी तरीके से सर्दियों में जो है वो कम हो जाती है उसकी तादाद, उसकी वॉल्यूम वाइज या उसकी जो, तो उसकी वेरिएशन is there in the informal market regarding the plastic price. So whenever anything is associated with the price and makes economic sense, the informal business starts happening in the market, and यहाँ पर फिर legislative requirements का आना, informal market में उसको रोकना, ब्रेकें लगाना, that is something it becomes a challenging task. Or then we look into most common things like polythene bag का जिक्र किया मैडम ने, फिर polyvinyl chloride के जो आपके pipes use होते हैं. So in context of energy and sustainability practitioner, then we would look into the carbon footprints associated with the plastic and the embodied energy within this plastic, may it be anywhere. So normally 1.5 or 2 kg of CO2 से लेके 6 to 7 kg of CO2 per kg of plastic during its manufacturing उसका एक footprint बनता है, and depending upon the type of plastic what is there. So इस पे research होना academic side से, that is something very important. And when we talk about renewable energy technologies, and specifically your extended organ mobile in your hand, in fact. So research is also being carried out. How much percentage of this mobile is the plastic thing? 10-20% is the plastic, then ferrous, non-ferrous material is there, and glass is there. When you turn to solar panels, you have like 7 to 10% plastic over there, 70% glass is there, and then other rare earth materials which are there and need to be recycled and reused. So, so that there is a concept and keyword that comes over here is the embodied CO2 emissions or embodied codes, the Green Construction Code, which was published, and many other countries are already applying it. The LEED certification buildings criteria are becoming stringent. So this embodied energy, be any material, be plastic and other things, and compliance with the conventions like Basel Convention and things have to be looked into. And if we are going for mandatory compliance of these things, so you cannot get those certifications if you are not complying with the local or international legislative tools which are over there. And now converging my discussion to the EV thing, and definitely it needs low weight of the vehicles to make it more energy efficient. So here comes the R&D into plastics, carbon fiber bodies, low weight material has to be there. But ultimately, the things end up with the carbon footprint, just like Mr. Shahjahan Mirza was discussing about their carbon footprint, the grid carbon footprint. So currently I'm also looking into the GCF country framework revision. So one of the interaction I had with the team or during discussion on the EV project for consideration by the Green Climate Fund. So the thing or the technical point came up that if it is going to be energized with the same fossil fuel dominated grid electricity, then GCF is not going to accept any such proposal until unless it's totally going to be energized by RE technologies, renewable energy. So it means so that is going to be the best blend, focus on areas where you can energize your electric vehicles totally on renewable energy technologies, as it is more efficient, less conversion losses, efficiency losses, you can say, and then the operation and maintenance cost becomes negligible at the end of the day. So I think like the two bikes and the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, or even the university buses, would be the starting point in this context to promote sustainable transport and contributing their roles and play their roles effectively. So concluding my discussion with one funny thing which was coming in my mind is that we carrying generations are रहेंगी मतलब खत्म हो जाएंगी प्लास्टिक नहीं, तो उसको वो भी कहते हैं कि अक्सर लड़ाई होती है घर में, तो हम कहते हैं रोले नहीं मुकने बंदे खत्म हो, मतलब यहाँ पर रोले भी खत्म हो जाएंगे बट प्लास्टिक का रोला है कैसे है जो कि शायद लंबा दूर से चले. So the best thing जो plastic है basically, these are still considered the best things to preserve leftovers, but terrible for preserving the plastic. So I conclude with this here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Sain Shakir, Professor U.B.K. Nast, to shed some light on the management of end-of-life waste from solar PV systems, wind power infrastructure, and electric vehicles. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so since I'm short of time, I really wanted to speak on this topic, but let's just kind of conclude the conversation that I wanted to speak here. The good thing about renewable energy technologies, which is mentioned, solar, wind, and electric vehicles that we are using nowadays a lot globally, is that they have no carbon emissions while we are using them. But one of the issues associated with these technologies is their recycling. So we have solar panels, it's almost 1 terawatt capacity of solar PV has been installed throughout the world. And the life of a PV panel is around 26 years. The life cycle of a wind turbine is around the same 20 to 25 years. And the life cycle of an electric vehicle battery is around 10 to 15 years. So after 20 years, let's say, we'll have a pile of things that we need to recycle, and we still are in a process of finding solutions how to recycle it. Just to give you a context, if we have 1 terawatt capacity installed throughout the world, and each solar panel is around 400 watts. So it gives us 2.5 billion panels at the end of the 20 years that we will be having. And of course, more than that, because it's already, this technology has been matured for the last 15 to 20 years. We already have a pile of solar panels that needs to be recycled. So the thing is that how we can do it and who should do it. So there is first plant that has been installed in France, in Renewable, France, that is recycling solar panels, and they are claiming that they can recycle 99% of its components. That includes aluminum flames, the glass, the metals like silver and nickel, and silicon. So they are doing that, and what needs to be done now is that Pakistan is going to have these recyclable panels and turbines and these vehicle batteries, and we need to work with government, academia, and industry. All of them need to work together to how to recycle it or conventional, the cheap way of just kind of shredding it and putting it in the dump, which is again, the whole talk was against it, that this is not a viable, sustainable solution. So this is, again, the good news is that all of these materials are recycled. We can put forward the efforts. We are not making the solar panels, but I think we have all the capacity of recycling these wastes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Seher. Now with this, I would like to request Mr. Mustafa Haider Syed, Executive Director, Pakistan-China Institute and for Action for Climate Change, for his concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, students, professors, academia, think tanks, policymakers. Sabse pehle to, it's a pleasure to see a very diverse participation in the World Environment Day, of which Action for Climate Change is also a co-host, but which was really spearheaded by SDPI, and I compliment Dr. Abis Ravi Saab for putting this fusion of people from California to companies, to investors, to parliamentarians, to think tanks, to students together. And I think the participation of this event and the traction that it has drawn, it sums up what is really required. And as the Honorable Minister for Climate Change said, a whole of the society approach. And I'm not going to talk in detail about the plastics, which has been the main theme, because I've been asked to conclude and sum up what the speakers have said. When we talk about emissions and lowering the carbon footprint, the biggest carbon emissions, the biggest contributor to pollution is transport. And transport in countries like Pakistan cannot be changed till our perspective and mindset is changed. Till public transport and mass transit becomes a way of life, till when it becomes not a choice, but something that is a behavioral decision without thinking. And if you just look at Islamabad, we all residents here of Islamabad, majority of the people who are from the middle classes, upper classes, they choose to use vehicles. And we are one of those few countries that still use diesel vehicles also, which is being slowly phased out and has been phased out in many countries, and in other emerging countries is being phased out. So that is the biggest carbon emitter in the world, transport. And we have a very classist approach to look at it. If you say that, oh, you want to go in a bus or in a mass transit system, we have a chip on our shoulder, frankly speaking. So this prism and mindset, I think also has to be changed before we get into policies and legislation and implementation and fines. The very mindset and all of our mindset. And I also think that, I have my son here, Shersha, he's 5.5 years old, and I brought him here because in his school, he's been taught about planet Earth and how climate change is a big threat to his generation. So the prism and understanding can only be changed through education, one which is in schools, and also the second which starts at home on climate change. So this is very important to make it part of the curriculum. So our prism on the way of life changes. Number one. Secondly, Shahjahan Mirza Saab was also here, and I'm heading the Pakistan-China Institute. In fact, we have we've taken a pioneering initiative in which SDPI and some other Fudan University also are partners, leaning CPAC. And when we talk about renewable energy, which is a topic here today, we have to understand that for that we also have to have certain vision. Because it's become a fad to talk about renewable energy, wind and solar. But the fact of the matter is that we have zero indigenization of solar panel manufacturing. All of the solar panels that we consume on industrial units, on residential units are imported. And they are also imported from our very friendly country, best friend China. Two organizations are manufacturing solar panels on a very small scale. One is Secret and the other is NRTC. Both are government organizations, but they have limited capacities. So if we want to phase out fossil fuels, and like my friend Shahjahan Mirza Saab said, the government plans to have over 60% focus by 2030 on renewable. We have to have renewable and indigenization. We have to be manufacturing solar panels and solar modules and PV modules in Pakistan rather than importing it, because having a perpetual focus on importing sustainability is itself not sustainable. It has to be indigenized. And as per local research, Pakistan is requiring about 3,000 megawatts of solar panels, and that are currently being imported. So I was also just talking to Dr. Abid of how we need to link investors with this conversation. It cannot just be based on hypothesis, and it can't just be based on research. It has to be made viable and profitable. And that also takes me to the other point of tariff determination. Right now, Shahjahan Mirza mentioned a very important point that they advertised for a big solar investment as per the Prime Minister's directions, but there was not even one bid received. So that means there's a problem somewhere, because we are talking about climate change, that we are the 7th most affected country. We NDMA has said the same floods that came earlier, which wreaked havoc, are going to come again. But for the renewable energy, the international bid, which was floated internationally and in Pakistan, not a single bid was received from a foreign investor. And this is what the Prime Minister has been building the case in Turkey, in China, in other countries to get investment. Not a single bid was received. And that is because the tariff is not attractive. I'm going into details because we have to scratch the surface. Renewable energy headline is great, but why is it that when you go into the details, that's not happening? So it has to be an attractive tariff. Why is it that a Chinese investor is ready to invest in a coal power plant, but not in a solar power plant? So I think that this is very important, how to make the tariff more attractive, where investors will invest in solar parks and wind parks, and then we can slowly phase out coal power plants. There are a lot of experts who are talking about phasing out traditional energy. You can't phase out traditional energy till you have an alternate. And if we want the alternate to be renewable energy, you have to have an established base. And another thing that we are obsessed about is the investment in the power sector. But the fact of the matter is that now through the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, alhamdulillah, we have by and large solved our power crisis. But our grid system is outdated. So what has happened is we have new power plants, but the power evacuation, so to speak, which happens through grids, is not in sync with the new power plants. The grid system is very outdated, and it's being very slowly updated compared to the new power plants. So what happens is that renewable energy projects need a prerequisite, which is a smart grid system. If you look at Scandinavian countries, which are predominantly now based on renewable energy, they have a smart and updated grid. So I also think that because smart grid system does not have immediate, it's not a big ticket item. It's not a fancy project to announce. So perhaps that has not been given the same priority as power projects, but this is a prerequisite if you want to actually phase into renewable energy, a smart grid system. And we have Lahore to Matiari, which is a new grid system in a limited area. Yeah, but we have to have an overall smart grid system for Pakistan if we want to actually materialize our vision of having 60% renewable energy by 2030. Secondly, when we talk about international diplomacy and economic diplomacy, we talk about learning from other countries and friendly countries. There's a very interesting concept that I want to mention. It's called the Green Automotive Park, which has been successfully established in multiple centers in China. The Green Automotive Parks are parks developed by companies that have a stake in the market. They have established manufacturing facilities of the charging stations of electric vehicles themselves, and also of research and development for electric vehicles, which is in sync with the local market. And these green automotive parks have really taken off in China and have dovetailed with the market and are giving those electric vehicles to industries, to consumers, to individual consumers, to cities with local governments on lease, on financing, which is affordable for the people. I think that we have about 5 to 6 SEZs within the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and other SEZs as well. We have the Special Technology Zone Authority as well in Pakistan. And there are some STZ parks now, which I've seen, Special Technology Zone parks. I think that Green Automotive Park would be very interesting to slowly phase into electric vehicles, because I don't see many charging stations in Pakistan. If we want to have electric vehicles, they are very limited charging stations. And they are not mushrooming at the speed that they should be. So there is the vision is there, the commitment is there, but there's a gap between the vision and actually the implementation and where we actually want to be. So if we actually want to walk the talk, these are some of my proposals. And Action for Climate Change looks forward to working with all the stakeholders in taking this very noble fight forward, which is a fight for our future and for our existence. Thank you very much.
So much. I now request Dr. Sophia Khaled, Chairperson, Department of Environmental Sciences, Alawai Global University, for a formal vote of thanks. Distinguished guests, participants, collaborators, and partners, on behalf of Allama Iqbal Open University and STPI, I stand here today with a heart full of gratitude and immense pride as we gather here today to celebrate World Environment Day 2023 with the common goal of beating plastic pollution. This event has been an exceptional platform for us to delve into the crucial topic of reimagining plastic and renewable solutions to environmental degradation. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all distinguished guests, HODs, faculty members, principal officers, and participants who have joined us today. We are thankful to Ambassador Shafkat Kaka-Khail, Chairman STPI Board of Governors, for his introductory remarks and keen interest in today's policy dialogue. I would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to distinguished panelists, Sheikh Waqar Ahmed, CEO, Coal Alliance, Madam Farzana Altaf Shah, DG, Path EPA, Mr. Charles Shendier, Program Manager, International Finance Corporation, Dr. Ikrar Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture, Faisalabad, Mr. Shah Jahan Mirza, Managing Director, Private Power and Infrastructure Board, Engineer Umar Hayat, Vice President, California Resources Corporation,
Mr. Mustafa Haider Sayed, Executive Director, Pakistan-China Institute, Dr. Seher Professor Abges Nast, Mr. Asad Mahmood, Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Expert, Mr. Bilal Anwar, CEO, NDRMF, Mr. Yasir Darya from Darya Labs, and special thanks to Ms. Inger Anderson, who joined us online. We are also thankful to Federal Minister for Ministry of Climate Change and International Collaboration, Madam Sherry Rahman, who addressed us virtually. And today we were honored by the presence of Ms. Rumina Khurshid, Special Assistant to Prime Minister and convener Parliamentary Task Force on SDGs. The event would have not been possible without the support of the partners, including United Nations Environment Program, Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, Parliamentary Task Force on SDGs, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, Core Alliance, Action for Climate Change, Transcend, Allama Iqbal Open University, Sustainable Development Policies. In conclusion, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Team STPI, Dr. Abid Qayyum Suleri, Dr. Shafqat Munir, Dr. Shahid Minhas, Mr. Muazzam Bhatti, and Team AIU under the leadership of Vice Chancellor Dr. Nasir Mahmood. Special thanks to Administration, Logistics, and IT from STPI. And I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of Department of Environmental Sciences at AIU and my colleagues, Dr. Samia Gadir and Dr. Zahidullah, and also some offices of the Allama Iqbal Open University as Public Relations Office, State Office, IET, ICT, and PC Secretariat for their efforts in making this event a success. Thank you all, and let us continue to reimagine plastics and come up with renewable solutions as we work together for a better future for generations to come. Thank you very much. So much. I now request the organizers from Allama Iqbal Open University and STPI to please join us on stage for a group photo. Thank you so much to the audience for listening, for taking out your time for listening. I would be happy if you all can share your feedback and comments on social media by using the hashtag Beach Plastic Pollution and tagging SDPI Pakistan. Thank you.